Howdy everyone. I'm welcoming you today from a very unusual location, and it's going to be a great stream. The best, just give me a second here. The best stream ever. I have 5 people here, and you guys, well, I'm very glad that you joined me. Could you please put on your comments so I can see who is here? Morning Light, John, and CBCLI. Friends, how are you? The only thing I'm not sure about is the quality of Wi-Fi. Well, not Wi-Fi, 4G, 5G, 3G, whatever they have here in Turkey. If you can hear me and see me well, please give me 5x5 or let me know what's going on. Good morning. Great. So one thing I'm worried about is the quality of wireless connection. I had to buy a wireless SIM. Well, anyway, I'll tell you everything a bit later. Chief James, my friend, Roman Ivanov from city of Tagan, actually from the city of St. Petersburg, Russia. Hello, friend. Leona Riley, Exile West. Hi, friends. The usual suspects. I'll call you. Well, a very unusual stream for you guys and very pleasant one for me. I am streaming from the country of Turkey. I'm on vacation and I'm gonna stay here for almost 2 weeks longer. We just got here yesterday. Place is fantastic, one of my top destinations to travel for vacation. My family is with me, my kids are having fun, Natasha is happy. Happy wife, happy life, happy husband. Everything is, well, couldn't been better. I will tell a little bit about the place where we're staying, and today I would like to first take you around the hotel and to the beach, see how it looks like, so you guys can see for your own, and just show you around. Then sit down for a drink or a coffee, and afterwards it gets a little darker. I would take you to the town of Chamyua, well, the village of Chamyua, and I will show you where, how this touristy place looks like. I'll take you on the street. We'll check out the street shops, food shops and clothing shops, and talk to people, to the Turks. I think it's gonna be great. Anyway, the weather here is hot. It's almost like in Rostov, where we came from, around 100 degrees Fahrenheit, like 38, 35 Celsius. But this place, the region we are in right now, it's called Kemer. It's right on the coast of Mediterranean Sea, and it's surrounded by very tall mountains called Taurus Mountains. The tallest mountain here is about 9,000 feet or something like that, right next to us. So pretty badass mountains, And today we have clouds, overcast, and it's humid. And oh boy, when it's almost 100 and humid. Luckily, we have a few swimming pools, we have water slides, and plenty of drinking water, and the sea, the beach. That makes things a little easier and more pleasant. Well, a lot easier and a lot more pleasant. Please let me know if you can see, if you could hear the song playing in the background. Hate when YouTube strikes me for copyright, when I don't use anyone's music or anything like that. You might as well be calling me Red Nose Constantine today, because I got a little sunburn. I don't know if you could see, but nose is red. Red-nosed reindeer, Rudolph Constantine. I'm planning on, by the way, I got a power bank, so I'm not gonna be shut off after a couple hours today, unexpectedly. There's a power bank, and I will come back to the hotel to one of the coffee shops and or bars or something, sit down and drink something. Anyway, enough talking. So a couple comments. Baron H, good morning from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Good evening from Turkey. I don't even know, Republic of Turkey. Do you guys understand when I say Turkey? It's not the bird, it's the country. Kim, good to see you. Yeah, you're in Los Angeles, and it's what? Minus 12 hours. Turkey, like the time in Turkey where I am right now, in the Antalya region, this is the very middle of Turkey, the very south and the very middle. Okay, if you look at the Turkish map, I'm right here somewhere. So I think it's minus 12 from Los Angeles. So you must be waking up now. 6 a.m. Wow. Mommy, hello? Is it mammy or mommy? How should I pronounce it? I don't know. I'm certainly glad that you're feeling better. Anyway, let's go. 7:15 a.m. making coffee. Turkish coffee, by any chance? I am at the hotel's lobby right now. This hotel is not the biggest and is not the best. Far from the best, but French coffee is great too. Would you like me to tell you what's the difference between Turkish and Greek coffee? Remind me, I will tell you a little bit later. This is how lobby of this hotel looks like. I'd say it's a micro hotel. Very few people, very few rooms. It's a 5-star hotel, but a smaller one, not like a big resort. My friend here at the desk, he wanted to get to the stream yesterday. If you see at the clocks, right there, they have time for Antalya, which of course, this is the Antalya region, Moscow. That's where they get most of the tourists from. New York, Paris, and Berlin. People doing their business, checking in, checking out. The hotel is called Zina Resort Hotel. Baron, where are you from? You're typing as if you were familiar with Turkish vendors. You must be from Europe. Because if you're from Europe, chances are you have visited Turkey. Can you guys hear me well? American. Okay. You are saying Turkish vendors are often quite friendly people and will invite people to sit down with them for tea, which makes foreigners nervous, and it's well meant. Have you been to Turkey? Hear me fine? Oh, I see. Isn't YouTube great? Guys, I have so much to tell you today, okay? First of all, I cannot stand this pool music. It's so loud, it's so annoying. I guess it's fine when you're on the beach, but it's way too loud. I'll be dealing with copyright strikes later. from YouTube, but that's okay. I will tell you how Turkey is dealing with the coronavirus, with the tourists coming into Turkey. I made a video. Well, actually, I am editing it right now. It was such a difficult process. Believe it or not, it was such a difficult process for us to get to Turkey. That's pretty unbelievable. Usually, it's so easy. The only thing you had to have was money. You buy a tour. We usually get a packaged vacation. You take your passport. You show up at the airport. 2 hours later, you're in Turkey. They transfer you to the hotel. A couple more hours later, you're on the sea in the pool. But not this time. COVID is just changing everything. Anyway, this is where our outdoor dining will be. It's after 5 p.m., so the beach day is getting over. A lot people coming back to their rooms, taking showers. They will get changed soon, and at 6 p.m., actually no, at 7 p.m. the dinner starts. Let me get down closer to the pool. It's really hot and it's muggy. That's Michael.
Пожалуйста, принеси крокодила.
Нет, Миш, ничего не принесу. Потом с мамой там договорись. You guys see that Michael is having a ball. Hi Carol, thank you. Thank you, Kim. Guys, if you see people in Speedos, it doesn't mean they're gay, okay? It means that they're Russian. Because in Russia, men wear Speedos, and that's absolutely fine. Both Russia and Ukraine. I used to do that too. Now I have shorts, board shorts. This is an all-inclusive resort, so everything is included in the price of our vacation. So all we have to do is just come here and ask for things. Most people you see here are Ukrainians and Russians, 50-50. This is the hotel itself. It's tiny. It has small territory and, it's just tiny. 3 stories.
Иди туда, на, снимай.
Michael wants me to film him. By the way, guys, I taught Michael how to swim today. He's gonna be 5 years old, so he's 4 now. If you guys find it interesting, please give me a like. Bam! Well, happy birthday. His birthday will be in September, but thank you anyway. People slowly coming from the beach home. As you see, I just started walking and I'm breaking sweat. It's incredibly muggy. Say humidity is near 80%. See, this guy is trying to sell clothing. He's inviting people to his shop. That's a little beach cafe right there. You can get snacks all day long, like hamburgers, French fries. This, guys, is an olive tree. It's really, really old. I think it's hundreds and hundreds years old. These olives are green. I think a couple more months to go. And there's a palm tree right next to it. Let me tell you, the places where you find palm trees, they don't have winters, because this place doesn't have winter. The climate-wise, it reminds me of California, because in the summer, it's really hot. It's 90s and hundreds, and sometimes 110. Sometimes it gets up to 120. But in the winter, it gets down to 60s. Sometimes, rarely, 50s. And some people come and they get spells of good weather here. They can swim in February, in January, on New Year's. On sunny days, it gets up to like 70s and sometimes 80s. This place is awesome. This is a walking promenade to the west and to the east. Basically, this little promenade that connects all the hotels in the area. And there is a security guard sitting. I'll show you in a second. This is the security guard. Do you speak English?
Нет,
Нет? Russian? Do you speak Russian?
Turkish, Kurdish.
Turkish only. Yeah. I told you that all employees speak Russian, but no, I guess not. Security guards don't. I'll give you a little inside. That guy in the blue shirt right there, he's working hard right now. You know, he has a tiny shop inside of this hotel, and he identifies newcomers, people who just checked in, and he comes to them and starts, introduces himself, starts making small jokes, small talk, and then trying to get friendly with people, and invites them to his large shop in Kemer, a nearby village. He just takes them by his, like, if you want to come and visit his shop, leather shop, they have all kinds of leather goods there. He just, picks you up and drives you to his shop in Kemer. He gives you tea, feeds you a little bit, befriends you, and then you buy things at his shop. He brings you back. Turkish has such excellent entrepreneurs. That's right. He approached me yesterday, and I told him I'm not really interested in leather goods and shopping, and I'm not gonna leave the place of this hotel. He lost interest to me immediately. He doesn't even say hi anymore. Getting close to the beach. Well, this hotel is located on the beach. On the way to the beach, you can grab a cold water, a coffee or tea here. Check out these magnificent trees. I don't really know what they are, but they're definitely impressive. Morning light. Hi there. Guys, if you just joined the stream, I'm streaming live from Turkey, the Antalya region, town of Kemer and the village of Chamyuva. We're taking a week-long vacation. And welcome to the beach. This village, this beach, is actually a bay. Right there, mountains descending right into the sea. And on the other side, can't really see it from here, but there's another mountain. Believe it or not, but I'm not a big beach volley fan. I don't play that much. Water polo, I love that. Not really, Kim. This isn't a sandy beach. This is crushed pebbles and a little bit of sand here. Further down you will see it's pebbles, rocks. And I don't like sandy beaches. This is basically my favorite kind of a beach. The sea is the reason I keep on coming here, year after year after year. The reason I decided to start streaming so early, I usually stream a little later, is that I wanted to show you people at the beach. Because in another hour, everyone will be gone. Dinner time. Sun's getting down in about an hour. And it gets really, really dark. Well, it gets dark really quickly here because it's the south. The clouds, probably this iPhone doesn't show you that well, but you could see the contour of the mountain going up, and the top of the mountain right underneath the sun. Yesterday we had an incredible sunset. Oh. I'll take you at the very top of this pier. Should I say the very end of the pier? On the top and at the end. I can usually guess Turkish from a Russian right away because of the skin color. There's so much sun, and most of Turkish are a little darkish, But I can't see a Ukrainian from a Russian. Absolutely same. The only thing you tell is sometimes, if the Ukrainian is speaking with a Russian accent, if the Ukrainian speaking Russian, but with Ukrainian accent, I can tell because I have lived right next to Ukraine. I was born and raised next to Ukraine. And sometimes they speak, rarely, but they speak Ukrainian. It's pretty windy here. The Turkish flag. You can see the bottom very clearly because it's not sandy but rocky. This, my friend, is the Mediterranean Sea. Entire southern border of Turkey actually is the Mediterranean Sea. And this is I'm pointing to the south, directly to the south right now. That's the west. 350 miles to the south, and Egypt, Africa. Будешь прыгать? Давай. This is my most favorite pastime. It's what I love doing the most here on vacation. Jumping off the pier, like this pier. All I need to be happy is a pier at any place. And not be jumping day and night. Anyway, if we go straight down, whoa, unexpected. Cyprus is about 150 miles this way. Egypt, 350 miles. Africa, I think Libya is that way, also 400 miles. 150 miles. Greece, the islands of Greece, Rhodes to the southwest, 150 miles, very close from here. This sea is about 80 degrees, incredibly comfortable, pleasant water. That is the west. That where city of Antalya is 40 miles. 1+ million people city, very large city. Antalya has everything. It's a regional center. Huge port. It's industry number one is tourism. Fantastic city, you know. City I could see myself living in. That huge mountain right there is the eastern border of this village, and there's a city, the town of Kemer, which is a large regional town, is right on the other side of the rock. You see, it's almost 6 p.m. and you see how many people are still swimming. A couple hours before, this place was jam-packed. You can see the top of the mountain. It's right there. I don't know if you can see it well with my iPhone camera, but I certainly can see it with my eyes. The wind has picked up quite a bit. Very strange, because usually there's no wind at this time of year in August. Most expensive trips because of the weather, you know. Late July and mid-August, early mid-August. But this year, everything is different. There's a jet ski right there. They have paragliding. They have speedboats. They have cruise boats, personal yachts. Very, very busy area, you know. Look how much fun people are having here. Morning light. Is there fish in here? Absolutely. This is the Mediterranean. There's tons of fresh, like plenty of fresh fish. It's not as tasty as the fish from the Northern Atlantic, but still, it's fresh fish. Frank F. Hello, my friend. Frank and the other ones who just joined the stream. I'm streaming live from Turkey, the country of Turkey, where we're taking a week-long vacation. And right now, I'm right on the beach and actually showing you why we have come here. For this exact place. Okay, I don't care about food. I don't care about the hotel. I care about the water slides, the sea, the beach, the pier, and that's it. Let me show you. Boat is coming. Oh, there's a floating banana boat. You know, anywhere in the world you go, it doesn't matter if you are black, white, Muslim, Christian, you know, Buddhist, or if you're from the east, from the west, doesn't matter. People enjoy the same things. You can see the banana boat everywhere, in the United States, in Europe, in Australia, in Russia, in, I don't know, Israel, anywhere. We are so similar. That looks like a little fishing boat. Do you speak English? No. Okay. He's from Turkey, he says. I don't speak English. That's right. People should speak Turkish to come to Turkey, right? Okay, I see my kids and my wife. They are enjoying themselves. Natasha is filming. Good girl. Morning light. This is so funny. Let me find a quiet spot and I will tell you what it took us to get here and what kind of a freak show with the CV in Turkey is. I don't really know why would anyone wear masks here. Well, I have an idea, and just give me a few minutes. I'll share. The water is usually crystal clear. You can see the bottom. There are small pebbles, really easy to get in, to get out. But today, big waves and very windy. Look, do you see the fish? Смотрите, смотрите рыбки. There's tons of fish were flying out of the water. Proud Mom 1966, thank you very much for talking to all of us while on vacation. Beautiful Maine here. Listen, Maine is in my heart. Thanks for being with me. I actually like doing the stream very much. I have taken some time off my family and spending. If I wasn't streaming, guys, I would be right there. I'm telling you, with Michael and the girls. See, tiny crushed pebbles here. It's not really sand. A little bit of sand way over there. Okay. What a lazy day. It takes us all on vacation too. You're absolutely right. And I'm gonna have a table big enough for all of you guys. So you could join me a little bit later for a cold or a hot drink. I haven't decided whether it's gonna be a cold or hot. I think you can see the contour of the mountain going up. Yeah, certainly right there. It's huge. Yvonne, sitting in the shade in backyard. I have been for about 2 to 3 weeks to ready for planning. Very relaxing here. Good. Firefly Farm. Hello, friend. New York, welcome to the beach in southern Turkey. Haha. Mutant Rafe. I'm sorry if you pronounced it wrong, but well, See it with your own eyes. I mean, do you see any fires anywhere? Those clouds are not smoke. They're just clouds. A lot of Russians keep telling me, aren't there so many fires in Turkey? Perhaps somewhere in the mountains, but the entire Turkey is certainly not on fire. Baron, are there any Armenians that stay at those resorts? I think you know the answer. No way. I don't think they have one single Armenian coming to Turkey. You've heard of the genocide back in like 1915, right? The United States has recently officially accepted there was a genocide, and Turkish are so mad about it because they claiming there wasn't a genocide. In, back in 1915 or 17, you know, over 100 years ago, in a few days they basically killed 3 or even more millions of Armenians. Basically just caught them and cut their throats. Ever since, Armenia and Turkey don't really get along, and I have a friend in Rostov in Armenia, and he just took his family and went to Cyprus. Cyprus is like pretty much like this place. Same nature, you know, same weather, same sea, but this is where Armenians go to, Cyprus. Once you step off the beach, usually take a little freshwater shower. Hello there. Nice tree. Wonder what that is. Another olive, but this is a very, very new, fresh tree. It was recently planted a few years back. And this one is an old olive tree. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but can you hear the sound, cricketing sound? The cicades. Is it how you say it in English? Cicadas, like kitties. Anyway, big crickets. You can hear them everywhere, anywhere you go. I love the sound. Natasha kind of doesn't like it. Back to the promenade. I think there are 2 promenades. The one we just crossed and one right up ahead. I think people filming me. Some people do. All right. Hot. Hot. Well, I like it this way. I'd rather have it hot than cold, you know. Giving my hands a little rest because, you know, holding and walking with a gimbal all the time. Anyway, let me just give you a few words about CV-19 situation here and why the staff, all staff of this hotel wears masks. It's incredible, okay? Not all of them. There's a security guard without mask. Well, it took us so many efforts to get here because, like I said, usually you have money, you go to a travel agent, you pay, you get vouchers, grab a passport, go to the airport, fly to Antalya, you know, get off the plane, go through passport control, board on a tour bus that takes you directly to the hotel. But not this time. First of all, Turkish require everyone, like all tourists coming into Turkey, to have a PCR test done 72 hours before. It must be no older than 72 hours when you come to Turkey, so it's 3 days. And it's such a bother because in order to, have this PCR test, you have to find a place in Russia, a lab that does it in English. Very few of them do. And, prints out, like, have special forms for tourists with a PCR code in English. Then, after you have your PCR tests, well, negative, of course, then you have to go to a website of a Turkish government and get HES code. Basically, that you fill out the paperwork online and receive a special QR code and number, and that's like a tracking number. It tracks you anywhere you're in Antalya. You go to a police station, to a bank, they all ask for your HEC code, HES. HEC, we call it HES, okay? That way they're trying to keep track on tourists, right? Idea is pretty cool, but execution is crazy because just like in Russia, in Turkey, this mask show, this social distancing is just for the show, okay? They only doing this to show that they fight spread of CV-19 somehow, where in reality, things they do, they're really useless, okay? I'm gonna take you, for example, we were like at jam-packed airport, must have been a few hundred of people, no social distancing, nothing. We were in the buses that bring, people that just boarded off the plane to the passport control, same thing. Like, imagine 100 people in a bus, no mask or like nothing, no social distance. Then same thing at the airport terminal, same thing on the inside before the passport control, same thing on the outside, same thing at the hotel. It just does not make any sense whatsoever. But, they do what they do. I guess they implemented this show system to show Russian authorities that they really fight the spread of COVID-19. So the Russians would allow people to travel to Turkey because there was a ban until July. Russians could not go to Turkey, okay? The Turkey was, we call it the closed off, sealed off for the Russians. And then once Turkish started doing the show things, the Russians opened Turkey for the Russian tourists so they could fly, I could fly to Turkey and enjoy a vacation. And there is a guy right next to me. At first he was interested, started taking pictures of me, and then he completely lost interest after a few minutes. I guess I'm boring. To the right there is, we call it a mini club, the kids club, right there. You basically can check your kid in there for an hour, 2 hours a day and go swim in the beach. I don't really know who can do that, what kind of kids, but Michael, he doesn't spend a minute away from us. We must be at his present, or he must see us all at like any time, all the time. There's no way he would stay without us at that kids club. Whew, hot. I think I'm getting ready for a drink. There's another place I'd like to take you. A couple more places actually. This is called the amphitheater, or the theater. They have night shows here. If it was a little cooler, it would be a good place for me to sit and do a Q&A. At night, they have shows here. At first, around 8 o'clock, they have mini discotheque for young kids. And then, a little bit later, they have same for older kids, the adults. But not a discotheque, but some kind of a show. There's an animation team at this place, basically a bunch of young boys and girls, well, not young, in 20s. They come up with different games for guests, different shows, different activities, taking people to the beach, playing beach volley with them. Have never really liked the animators. We call them the animators because I can animate myself. I never really get bored with myself, and I don't need other people to entertain me, especially when I'm on vacation like this. It's pretty cool place I'd like to take you to. I think this guy is very nervous about me filming. Must be thinking that I'm a spy. They're closed. Ouch. Ouch. I hope she didn't hurt herself. That's an older kid, I would like to take you on top of this water slide. I know my way around because I've done this way up at least 100 times today. Hey, it's closed. No way. Bad luck. Such a bummer. There's such a great view from on top of that. I'm sorry guys, I can't take you there. That's disappointing. Gosh, let the kids play. So kids just climb up and just slide down. This thing is fun. Boom. Must hurt because that slide is dry. Well, you guys get the idea what goes on here during daytime. By the way, there is no lifeguard on duty. Supposed to be, but I haven't seen one all day long. Do you see how people are very suspicious when, they get their face on camera? Okay. More music. Oh, yeah. I will pass this place quickly. Nice. The music is following me. I will take something to drink. Hope they have cold water. Друг, а есть вода холодная? It's much cooler in here, like 100 degrees cooler. The lobby is very basic. I'm going to find myself a nice place to sit. О, привет! Я обещал? This is a good friend of mine. Да, я новую симку купил. So I'm streaming right now. You're on the stream. You speak English?
Little into the middle.
Okay.
Лучше русский язык.
Well, there aren't any Russians here, so just the English, you know.
Sorry.
Yes. What's your name?
İlker. My name is İlker.
Okay. Well, tell something about yourself, or where do you live? Are you from Kemer?
I live Antalya Center.
Antalya.
Yes.
A great city, yeah? I was telling people how great Antalya is. Okay. Do you work here every summer? Summer. Лето.
Лето это понял, но да.
Каждое лето работаешь,
Да,
да?
летом работаю.
Okay. Are you do you go to university, or what do you do for a living in the winter?
Not. I have a.
Oh, okay.
Я женат уже.
This is what he does. No, that's why that's why he has to work here for a living. Okay. So, are there any fires in Turkey right now?
No.
Fire.
Fire.
Finish. Okay. Good.
Now good.
Excellent. Good hotel here.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask you a favor? Can you make music a little, музыку чуть тише сделать? Можно? Да. Ага. Does this music bother you guys? Can you hear it? Let me take you to a lobby bar. They have what they call a business center here. Somehow there's a pool table. Business center. I think you can rent it for, oh yeah, there's a desk, computer, fax machine, copier. It's a little dark, but could be a nice place to sit down. It's very quiet. Because anywhere you go, there's music. Hello, my friend. So far, so good. Excellent. This place doesn't have any music. Yahoo! Okay. Let me tell you where I am right now. There is an outdoor patio. Obviously, there's no one here right now because everyone is at dinner. And this is a nice, nice tiny bar. I think this place is busy at night. Once people finish their dinners, they move to have a tea or coffee here, drink, well, perhaps. And this is where I'm gonna be sitting. Right here. Let me settle down a little bit. Hang on. Phew. Okay. I'm going to take my power bank. You can see, you know, the light is right now. My nose is red. Sunburn. Not terribly red, but hey, this is what you get. This is a new power bank I have. I'm gonna plug it in right now. My sound's gonna be a little worse, but this is a quiet place, and I think you will hear me just fine. And let me turn on the power bank. Okay. Frank F., thank you so much. Thank you, my friend. I'm having a drink on you. Well, I don't want to cheat you. This free drink is free. Everything here is free because it's a all-inclusive resort. But how about that? I come back home. No, Actually, you know what? I will have a drink on you. Oh, hang on. Let me tell you a little bit about this hotel and where we're staying, how we're staying. First of all, let me tell you a little bit about Turkey. What's this ordeal with Turkey? Why I am in Turkey? Look, there are many other places that we could usually go for vacation. Well, not this year, because all countries are closed except for very few ones, including Turkey. Turkey for Russia, well, first of all, if we go back to history, Turkey and Russia had always been enemies because there were two empires, the Russian Empire and the Ottoman Empire. And they were almost at the same time, you know. We used to have wars with the Turks. I think three wars, two major wars. The result of the second war, 250 years ago, we actually took the Crimea from the Turkish because it used to belong to Turkey and it became Russia. Well, and you know, Crimea still has Turkish influence because the indigenous people, Tatars, they're Muslim and they're descendants of Turkish. But Turkey is a part of NATO. There's a NATO base right here in Antalya, I think Air Force Base, and it's been a part of the Western world for the past, what, I don't know, 100 years. And back in the Soviet Union, the relationship with Turkey was very, very, how do I sell it? Well, it wasn't that great. Once the USSR fell apart, then the relationship with the Turks have improved tremendously because we started trading. Turkish are great business people. They trade, they build, they are so strongly present in Russia. I think for decades, starting since 1991, Turkey was the trade partner of #1 with Russia. And naturally, Russians started, you know, going to Turkey to do business at first. And then they saw how wonderful Turkey is, and then they started going vacating there. And it turned out to be the best country to go on an inexpensive and like wonderful vacation. Turkey is a lot like Greece, although Greek and Turkish hate each other, right? But their land, their countries look very much alike. The island of the Rhodes is what, 10 miles off Turkish coast. So it's like 10 miles. You can see from the Rhodes, you can see Turkey, and you can see Greek roads, you know, from Turkish side. And you could see warships going back and forth all the time, both Greek and Turkish, protecting the borders. So Turkey is as beautiful as Greece, but it's a huge country. It has great mountains, it has two seas, the Black Sea on top and the Mediterranean on the bottom. By the way, Turkish do not call the Mediterranean. They call it Akdeniz, which is the White Sea. So they have the Black Sea on top and the White Sea on the bottom. And their climates are quite different. If the climate on the northern Turkey is a lot like Crimea, because Turkey is only, what, 100 miles from Crimea. There's Black Sea and its narrowest point is like 150 miles. So imagine, it's like right next door. So the climate of Turkey is same as Crimea in the north, but in the south, which is like, what, almost 1,000 kilometers, 650 miles from the northern to southern border of Turkey, it's completely different. It's tropical. It never snows here. I think the lowest in Antalya the weather gets is what, like 60, 50 degrees perhaps. In the winter it rains. You see lots of greenery here because the mountains, you know, they bring clouds and the clouds rain. Otherwise, this place would be arid, very arid. And the tourist season lasts from April to November. And the Turkish, being great business people, they built so many hotels of different kinds, and they brought Russians and the Ukrainians to Turkey to vacate, and they're making millions or billions of dollars every year of us, of the tourists. I mean, I'm not complaining. I think it's great. What are the alternatives? By the way, guys, can you hear me well with this microphone? Please let me in the comments. So, what are the alternatives for me to go to have a vacation? There are places in Europe, such as Italy, France, Croatia, Spain, basically. And I'm talking about the sea vacation, you know. Audio is good, thank you. So, Europe. But Europe is a great place, and it's nice to go there to vacate, but it's a different format. I have to fly to, let's say, if I want to go to Italy, right? Probably fly into Rome, rent a car, and driving down to Sicily or like Napoli region. You know, there we rent a room at a small hotel because there are no large seaside hotels like Turkey that has, and it's like moms and pop hotel. And we go to a public beach, which is far away somewhere. We enjoy Italian cuisine, you know, we enjoy the lifestyle and everything, but it's like going to Crimea for us, you know. We have to drive, we stay at one place, we dine at different places all the time, and we always on the lookouts for new places to discover new sites and things like that. So we're always on the go. That's Crimea in Russia, and that's Europe. That's European travel. Then Greece, of course we can go to Greece. Again, I love Greece. I've been to Greece a few times in fantastic vacation. Greece is like Turkey, only Europe. Like Turkey is, Turkish people, they don't follow the rules. They're hot-blooded, you know, you can easily get a fist fight here on the street because it's Turkish, you know. Europe, Greece is Europe. There are laws, everyone keeping the laws, everyone is much wealthier because the living standard in Greece is higher than Turkey. Everything is proper, everything is, how do I say that? Slower, people don't work as hard. The Greek enjoy themselves more. The Turkish, they work 24/7 to make a buck, you know, to please us, to sell us something. You want to go to the mountain? Hey, I can go and find, like, I could ask anyone right here at this bar and I'd say, hey, do you have a friend who would drive me up to the mountain, then to the restaurant? And he would call up his friend and the friend would show up in 10 minutes. In Greece, it's not like that. The taxi cabs only work from certain time to certain time because they have siesta, everyone goes to sleep from 1 to 3 p.m. because it's too hot, you know. They enjoy their teas, their coffees. They wouldn't go extra mile for you to make a buck. In Turkish do. That's the difference. And what are other alternatives? If we go more down south to, let's say, Tunisia and Egypt, it's way hotter. I mean, that completely different ball game. Like Tunisia, like okay, it's also on the Mediterranean, only this is the northern Mediterranean. Tunisia, it's on the south. It's hotter than Turkey. The sun is more aggressive. It's not such a great place for kids, and it's kind of cool. It's not warm enough to you know, to go there in the winter time. Egypt is much greater. Like in summertime, it's unbearable, but from October to April, Egypt is the best place to go for vacation. Only not on the Mediterranean Sea, where Alexandria and Cairo, no, forget, the Sinai Peninsula, you know, that's right next to Saudi Arabia. Fantastic place. The best sea in the world that I saw, very clear, very tropical, so many tropical fishes, fantastic place. I dive. I am a PADI member, the diving association, that's like international. And so far, the Egypt is the best place that I've ever done. I that I've done diving at. Okay, right now I'm talking about the alternatives to Turkey. So what else can be considered an alternative? Thailand. It's too far away and it's too foreign, too alien for us. It's more expensive. It's really hard. Like the tickets are way too expensive now. Southeast Asia in general is not my pie of tea, not my cup of tea. I don't know, not mine. Then there is the Caribbean, way more expensive. Mexico, way more expensive. Let's say I would pay 3, 4 times more to go to Mexico, to Cancun or French Mexican Riviera, than I would pay here in Turkey for a nice hotel. Because it's just on the other side of the globe. In Turkey is what, like 2 hour flight from Rostov, 1,000 miles from us. Well, what else? So this is why a lot of Russians come to Turkey. That there is no alternative really. It used to be cheap. Back when I was single, I would pay $1,000 for a week at a luxury resort, including the airfare, the hotel, the food, everything, all-inclusive resort. This year, things are absolutely different. I wanted to tell you more about this hotel and why we're staying here, guys. This is not a hotel that we usually would stay at. We like bigger and more luxury places. But this year, the demand for Turkey, because it's the only country for us, well, along with Greece, but in order to get to Greece, we must get visas, the European visas, which is kind of bothersome for a lot of Russians. And in Turkey, they, welcome us with arms wide open. No visas, nothing, just your passport. They just stamp it and that's it. So the only places on the sea are open, Turkey and Greece, and historically Russians go to Turkey. And the Turkish, they use this fact, okay, because the Putin forbade Russians to travel to Turkey until July. They called it, the worsening situation with the coronavirus mumbo jumbo or something like that. But that was a very political move. I think Turkey started buying the weapons from the United States and started selling weapons to Ukraine, and Putin shut off Turkey for Russians, and the Turkey started hurting financially. Then Putin made a deal with Turkish President Erdogan, and he opened Turkey for the Russian tourists. So this is a political tool of influence, you see. And we started, they opened Turkey for us since July, and lots of people like me want to bring their kids to a sea, to a beach, at least once a year. The Turkish, the owners of, I guess like all the Turkish, they said, okay, you guys, you know what? We lost so much money because we were closed for you for, 3 months, April, May, and June. Now we're gonna jack up prices 2 or 3 times to make up for the lost money in the previous months. And believe it or not, but I paid for this hotel, I paid twice as much as what it usually costs, because it's 5 stars and it's decent, but it's not top. It doesn't have huge territory. It doesn't have its kitchen. It's food is not that fantastic. This hotel is old and it's located right in the city, in the town, in the village actually. It's jammed between any other hotels, right? All other hotels. But what we usually go to is huge hotels, acres and acres. Like in the United States, you call them the resorts. Standalone, you can't see any other hotels in the vicinity. And there are plenty of hotels like that here in Turkey. But they cost an arm and a leg. Like in the previous years, if I paid what I paid today, I would have gone to like the top hotel here, all right? But this year, this really large amount of money buys me this hotel, which is not far, far from top. This is why we are staying in this Xena resort. It's called market economy. Feeling much better. It's air conditioned inside, and soon no music. It's very quiet, and soon everyone will leave for the most desirable place, the restaurant. There is a there's a buffet style dinners, breakfasts, and lunches, but I don't like them because there are rules, CV19 rules for the hotels, how to feed tourists. It used to be that you just take a plate, it's like a regular buffet, you know, take a plate, come to a table, and put everything you want on your plate and go eat. Right now, everything, and I'll take you in, if I don't know, probably in 20 minutes, yeah, something like that. I'll take you to see how it looks right now. Everything is like, all these food places are behind the glass walls, and there are holes in the walls, and there are employees on the other side of the walls. You just show them what you want, and they take their own plate. They put it for you, and you just like slide the plate in the hole. You can't even talk to them because they can't hear what you're asking, and it creates long lines. Basically, to get something, you have to wait in line for 5-7 minutes, and it puts so much pressure on everyone, on the tourists because tourists get upset, right? On the cooks because they can't cook fast enough, okay? On the waiters because they're running around trying to help people. It's not like what it used to be, unfortunately. But anyway, I've come here and I've brought the kids for the beach, for the sea, for the sun, and water slides, the pools, and we're getting that unchanged. So all in all, everything is fantastic. We're having a fantastic vacation. Let me move my camera closer a little bit, and I will go through some questions of yours. I'm gonna do that for some time, and a little bit later I'm gonna take you to see how the process of dining out looks like in this hotel. Then I'm gonna take you to the street of the village, and just show you what the real village life here is like. Let's go, guys. If you want to ask me something, please ask in caps. And if I haven't answered your question, it's because I've been walking around and talking to you. If you want question to be asked, just type it again in caps. There are chances I will answer that. I'll see that. If I see that, I will answer it. Baron Age. I know the genocide well. My kids are half Armenian. Yes, I have lots of. Well, I was born and raised in the city of Rostov-on-Don, which is half Armenian. So I know everything about the genocide in Turkey and Armenians in Turkish. Christina K. Hi there. There's a question. Are you vaccinated? Is that a question to me? Well, I'm not vaccinated. Born in light. You're not born. Thank you. Well, I was kind of making a joke. Frank F. In the US, we have approximately 100 plus cases a day right now. Guys, if you know the statistics on the coronavirus, how many deaths are there? Like 100,000 plus cases. That's a lot. That's a lot. But how many people die? Carol, Lots of people. That place is banking. This is a tiny place. You should see a large place in Turkey with like 1,000 rooms, 3, 4,000 people getting together in one place at the like main pool or lunch or dinner. That's a lot of people, and there are hundreds hotels like that along the coast of Turkey, from the city of Alanya to the east to basically Kemer. This is the westernmost part of the coast where they have tons of hotels. If we keep on traveling to the west, they're just mountains and small, like tiny fishing villages. That's it. Guys who just joined, I'm in Turkey. This place is the very southern Turkey, the province of Antalya, the touristy place, a tiny village of Chamyua, west of Antalya, about 40 miles west. Huge mountains all around, Taurus Mountains. Love this place. Reminds me of Crimea a lot. In Russia, we have a place like this. The sea is not that warm. Here, it's the most fantastic sea I've ever seen. It's always warm in the summertime. It's like 80 something, 30 degrees Celsius. And I love that. I don't like when the water is cold, okay? You literally can swim here all day long without being cold. Reading for the comments. Kim, so what would happen if Americans visited the hotel and no one speaks English? Sign language, you know? Eat. You. Me. Well, there are some people, I think the management speaks English. They must, you know. Quite a few people around here, they speak English. Tell you what, I will be walking on the street of Chamyua in an hour or half an hour, you know, and I will speak English to. I will try to speak in English to the store people, you know, vendors and people on the street. Google Translator, yeah. Language is not the biggest barrier between people. If people get along, you know, they can speak with each other without language. I have seen couples here in Turkey. They were fallen in love, but they couldn't understand. Like they understood each other, but they couldn't speak languages. I mean, that's amazing. So language is not a problem. Okay, going back to the comments. Indoor music, Susan M. Hello, friend. Indoor music always slightly bothers me. It does. It bothers me too. But there's no music here. I found the place. Frank F. Again, thank you so much. Christine K. Subtropical in Crimea. Well, in very small part of Crimea, in Южный берег Крыма, the southern coast of Crimea, this area of like 50 miles. It's covered from the rest of Crimea by huge mountain range, and on the coast there's a very micro, like tropical, subtropical microclimate. Yes, but most of Crimea has different climate. That's not subtropical. Vivek, hey bro, what's up? Big hi from India. Hope you remember me. I remember you. Thank you so much for joining us again. Yes, hello to India from Turkey. Turkey is a bit closer to India than Russia. Lorna, good to see you. Zeni Quink, Zeni. Which city are you in Turkey? Well, the province the province center that we flew to is Antalya, very known place. we drove west of Antalya to the town of Kemer, which is 40 miles west of Antalya, and this is a part of Kemer at the village called Chemyuva. Tons of flies, no mosquitoes here. Imagine that, not one single mosquito, and it's natural. They don't have mosquitoes because they have certain flowers there that kill mosquitoes. Therefore, this is a mosquito-free, well, area of the country. Montenegro is part of Europe. It's same as Italy. Do you need a visa there? There are no large hotels. Rendell Boatman. There are no large hotels there. It's more like boutique-style hotels. It's much more expensive and not as easy as Turkey. Turkey is easy for us. You know, just board on the plane, get off the plane, you know, get transferred here and just forget about everything for a week. In Montenegro, you have to run to different restaurants here and there. You know, here you just, you know, go take a nap, wake up, they serving you dinner, you get down, there's a buffet, everyone is ready to help you, and very easy. Lorna, I almost got run over in the grocery aisle trying to watch feed. Can't imagine that. Christine, Caribbean, Mexico, Southern US, and all the Canadian vacation hotspots. When I vacated, I went all over the Caribbean, right? And when I was single, I would take a vacation and fly somewhere. I had much more money back then and, you know, much more time and no family. So I ran into lots of Canadians in Dominican Republic and Cuba. Canadians love Cuba. To Canadians, Cuba is same that Turkey for us. They just fly, like 3-hour flight, you know, get off the plane, and there are tons of large hotels, same chains. In Cuba, there are European chain hotels, and I think even some Turkish own them. So it's pretty. There's some loud people in here. Anyway, Caribbean and Mexico are fantastic vacation spots, but you know how long it would take us to fly to, let's say, Mexico? Mexico is direct flights from Moscow, so we would have to go to airport, fly to Moscow, have a layover a few hours, board on a Mexican flight, and fly for 12 hours to get there from Moscow. We would be absolutely beat. Then we would have to transfer, and it's 3 times more expensive as Turkey. So great, but not as convenient. Southern US, do you know what it takes to get a visa to the United States? And if we traveled to the Southern US, let's say in Florida, and even if we stayed at the apartment that my friend, ex-partner, has, it would cost us like 5 times more than Turkey. I paid a few $1,000s for this vacation, and I think in the United States I would need, I don't know, at least 15 grand for, you know, to get same kind of a level of vacation that we have here. Okay. Lorna, by the way, this is a small table, but this is a place big for all of us, and it's nearly empty. So, do you appreciate the place I found for all of us? Hang on. Well, we're fine with just regular 5-star. You should see other places. Oh. Boy. Lorna, you should see other places. It's too bad I didn't really have a YouTube channel way back when I traveled a lot. Kim, it still looks like a fun getaway. It is, it is. I'm not complaining. It's fine. The emotions we're getting here as a family is are not any worse than the emotions if we stayed at a nicer hotel. You know what I mean? It's the same thing, but it's just for this kind of money that I paid this time. I could have gotten so much more way back. No, not way back. Couple years ago, you know, because last year Turkey was completely closed for us. So I'm not complaining. Don't get me wrong. I didn't like one of those neon bracelets. This one. Yeah, that's how they know that you stay. You're a guest of this hotel. Other staff at the hotel Russian. They speak Russian. A lot of Russians, a lot of Ukrainians, and lots of people from Kazakhstan who work in Turkey. And Turkish just speak Russian because you know Russians are who bring their money, so they've learned Russian over the years. Let me tell you, you tell a Turkish that hey, you can make more money if you learn Russian. He will learn Russian in 5 days. Those guys are so entrepreneurial. I'll show you a little bit later. The stores that they run, fantastic. They're all Turkish, but they speak Russian with no accent, you know. South Colorado State here. Hi, sister. Prepped in for a few minutes to give a thumb ups and popped in for a few minutes and have a comment. Thank you so much. I'm hoping Lorna will bring back a souvenir from Turkey. Let me know what kind of a souvenir. Lorna, South Colorado State brought an extra large suitcase. We'll load it up. What do you want, sister? No, seriously, tell me what you want from Turkey. I'll send you something. South Colorado State here. John, good to see you. John Liebel. Morning light. When we go looking around, can we go check out the souvenir shop? There will be hundreds of souvenir shops. We will certainly check them out. I will take you inside of the souvenir shop. The people there are very friendly, not afraid of cameras. They're already, you know, probably, you know, would have to buy something from them, but we'll see. They would do anything to make a buck. Susan M., they do not give us any real numbers here. Oi, unfortunately, they don't give us real numbers. There was a scandal a few weeks ago, a couple weeks ago. Remember, I made a video how they implemented the QR codes in Russia and then they canceled the QR codes. Well, in Moscow, not in Russia. Well, the was a ministry like Russian FDA, equivalent to American FDA, was in charge of issuing these QR codes. And they made a mistake and they started giving like real information of how many people got sick in these QR codes. And basically it was a hack, but it was available to anyone. They forgot to to hide these numbers. 26 million people in Russia so far have had COVID. 26 million people, imagine that. And we learned it not from official statistic, but from the mistake they made issuing the QR codes. Lorna, how about a nice Turkish coffee, maybe a nice rug? Let me go until the end of the comments so far and I will tell you something about Turkish coffee. What is a Turkish coffee? And I'm surprised you guys know what it is. Jason Babila, good morning from Washington. Good morning, Jason. It's good to see you here. Turkish coffee, my, great with Turkish delights. You guys, well, John, you probably you spend so much time overseas, like in Russia and China. You know your stuff around. But if I was hearing that from, let's say, an American guy who spent all his life in America, then I would be very surprised because not too many people know what is Turkish coffee and what is Turkish delights, like real Turkish delights. South Colorado State here. Constantine, do you see any military presence? No, I do not. There is certainly military in Turkey, and it's very, very, very strong, should I say, because it was at war with Armenia not too long ago. In the beginning of the year, it teamed up with Azerbaijan and basically kicked Armenians out of their land in mountainous Karabakh. Turkish army is very well equipped. It has lots of hardware from the United States because it's part of NATO, and lots of armor and hardware from Russia because Putin is a big friend of Turkish president, right? He saved his life once when he had warned him of a coup, and the Russian Turkish military had a coup and they wanted to kill the Turkish president. Putin knew about that through Russian intelligence, and he warned Erdogan. And Erdogan, flew. He ran away, and then he gained control, and then he's very thankful to Putin for that. So there is army, but it's nowhere to be seen. Okay, just the cops. There are two kinds of cops: regular cops and gendarmes. I don't know how to say that, but anyway, two different cops. One is traffic cops, and then the second is regular cops, like investigators, detectives, and things like that. There is a military base, I think U.S. military base, near Antalya, not too far from here, but also I do not see their presence. Frank F. Cumulative total deaths March 1 million, over 200,000 to prison. Death in the U.S. 600,000 people. I'm sure, I'm wondering if these numbers include the deaths from regular flu or coronavirus only. It'd be really interesting to know. Kim, yes, Constantine, but you can get into US. I'm not sure, not so sure now. Since I started this channel, I've been threatened so many times by different users. The last user, Ellen, I just saw her comment recently. She said she was turning me into the CIA and FBI, and she said, well, good luck getting into the US anytime soon. So guys, I guess I'm doing really something really bad. I can't get into the USA. On top of that, Kim, Russians cannot get visas here, anywhere in the world, to the USA. The USA is basically sealed off for the Russians. Kim, I fear that you will have difficulty getting to the US now due to embassy issues. Exactly what I just said. Yes, difficulty. Not like I'm planning anytime soon, but I hope that in the future they will resolve everything. Lorna, Constantine, yes, I love the blue chairs. They're more like, they're not blue, they're, we call it electric, turquoise. Love Turkish food. John, have you traveled to Turkey? There's some people behind me, and they're loud. And open borders are letting all sorts of disease in. The worst is yet to come. Praying for you guys. Lorna, souvenirs. Email me your address and I'll send you something. Susan M. I think it's sad that our prospective nurses and diplomats find themselves unable to work together, so borders remain closed. Susan, you see what I'm really upset about? If you are an illegal alien, well, if you want to enter the United States illegally, and if you live in Latin America, you just pick up your stuff, pack a bag, go to Mexico, and cross the US border. No visas, nothing. And if you're Russian and you want to go to the United States in a legal way, controlled by the US government, pay for a visa. So you have the background on check on you and everything else. Pay the American government a few $100s for the right to enter the United States. Then not such a chance. That's so unfair. Okay, almost caught up with all the comments. Frank F. Got jabbed as I grew up an army brat and they like to jab you for everything. I'm retired now. Morning light. Rahat lukum, that's what it's called in Turkish. I'll show you something. I haven't had any. It's good stuff, it's very good stuff, but stuff I'm gonna show you is fantastic, but not huge fan because it has lots of sugars in it. John, is there a market like the undercover old market in Istanbul? No, not here. In Antalya there is a market, not as large as in Istanbul, but here it's mostly shops, souvenir shops, food shops, everything in shops. Aqua collar chairs. Lorna, check out, see for yourself. Okay. Baron Age. Wow, there are crazy people who think they can prevent you from getting the visa. The US government intelligence won't do anything with that info, and as you are not a threat, you have US family as well. Baron, I haven't tried to obtain the US visa recently in the recent years, but we'll see. I will eventually. We will see how it pans out. Oi. Constantine, joking. Well, Lorna, I wasn't. So, write me. Lorna is probably my biggest fan. Like, I had like 10 biggest diehard fans, and Lorna is like number one. So, I wasn't joking. Please let me know. If you guys, any one of you, let's do this way. I'm not paying for the drinks today because they're free. Water, coffee, beer here sucks. Anyway. I'll tell you in a few minutes, but I'm not drinking anything. So I got $5 super chat, and I got some super chats last time. So if you guys in this chat, and if you want me to send you something from Turkey, like a small souvenir, please find my email. Write me an email. It's in about section of my YouTube channel. Write me an email with your address and name, and I will send you a souvenir. Exclusive to this chat, fans only. How about that? Other Russians got visas and visiting. Baron, the Russians visiting right now, they have long-term visas. They have 1, 2-year, 3-year-old visas that you get visa once and you are able to visit the United States multiple times for following 3 years. That's how they're visiting. John, Delta variant is rampant in Southeast Asia, and now they're looking down locking down many cities in China, East Coast of Australia. John, this Delta variant is in Russia and it's rampant too, but it's like, I don't know. Life goes on. What can I say? I would hate to see Russian cities get locked up again. Morning light. I know, guys. And you know what? I'm pretending that you are here too because, look, I picked up quite a place for all of us. Plenty of free chairs and everything. But since I'm in Turkey, I want to do something nice for you guys. So you mail me your addresses and names, and I will I'll buy this in Turkey. Actually, can send it from Turkey from while I'm here. Yeah, please let me know. I'll go to a local post office and send you something. How about that? Frank F. They do not have flu deaths, but estimates for 1920 are 24,000 up to 60. The thing is, Frank, please look up the statistics of how many people die in the United States every year because of the regular flu epidemics. 40,000 Americans die every year, and it's considered a normal year. Some years, like out of 1 or 2 years out of 10 years, there are spikes, and then 60,000 Americans die. And that's regular flu, okay? So I want to know, these numbers they show, that's including flu or just COVID-19 exclusively? Ronald Boatman, do a lot of Russians go to Turkey for medical treatment? No. I think Russian medicine and Turkish medicine somewhat similar, and if people want to go for some serious stuff like cancer, plastic surgery, they go either to Germany or Israel, but never, I haven't heard of anyone going to Turkey. Morning light, how about posting a few pictures that we can copy? I didn't get that. Please explain. John, 8 deaths last week in Sydney. Well, my friend, although it's tragedy, I really hate people dying, but I mean, Sydney is a big city, and just 8 deaths from COVID. How many people died because of a car accidents? Do they have any COVID restrictions anywhere in Russia? Yes, crazy. They start locking down cities again. Rostov is almost locked down, but not because they worry so much about people, getting sick, but because they want everyone to get jabbed. They pushing vaccination hard. That's why. Morning light, we'll be back soon. Chickens are hungry. Okie dokie. Now, done with the comments so far. I will tell you more about Turkish coffee. I promised Lorna. Oh, morning light. Konstantin, if you take photos, would you post a few? Absolutely. But where? In the community section? How about that? I post in my Instagram. Sign up for my Instagram account, and I will be posting, starting off today, I will be posting pictures of us having good time here in Turkey. Turkish coffee versus Princess, hi there. Turkish coffee versus Greek coffee. I don't know if you've heard, but Turkish coffee is amazing. They in Russia we call this device that they make Turkish coffee the turkey. It's the turkey, Turkish make Turkish coffee in the turkey. In Arabic, it's called jezwa. It's this little cup on a long handle that you put in the sand, and the sand is very hot. And coffee is being done not on the fire, open fire, but in the hot sand. and it's incredibly tasty. They make great coffee here. Now, in Greece, right 10 miles off the coast of Turkey, say if you go to Rhodes or any other Greek island, there are other islands close to Turkey. And the Greek, mainland Greek, is it borders Turkey, you know, they have a land border. People are very similar, Turks and Greeks. Well, it's like the USA and like Canada, you know, that type of thing. But and they have special coffee in Greece, Greek coffee, but it's the same as Turkish coffee. And if you go to Greece, go to any coffee place, a restaurant, a coffee shop, or whatever, a bar, they drink coffee everywhere. In bars, you know, it's normal to order coffee and drink it. So, but if you ask for a Turkish coffee in Greece, you will get into problems. You can get beaten up for that because the Greek don't like Turkish so much. They take everything, you know, that kind of suggests their proximity very aggressively. If you're a foreigner, they probably wouldn't, you know, beat you up. But if you were Turkish, you would get into physical problems. I was warned about that before I got into Greece, and I made that mistake once. I asked for Turkish coffee, and the guy looked at me like I was a worm. Like, you know, he didn't say anything. Or I think he said, "We don't have that kind of stuff here." But Turkish and Greek coffee is absolutely the same. So I apologized. You know, I don't remember. It was a long time ago, but you get the idea. But the Turkish coffee itself is a fantastic thing. Uh, in this hotel, they don't make Turkish coffee. It's more of a small places, you know. Here they have one coffee machine from Nescafe, and it does make coffee automatically. It's just same coffee as you get anywhere else, only worse because this place is pinching pennies on everyone, and you know this isn't there to make money. They're not to establish the brand. They're not to give people most satisfaction for their money. They just here to make a buck. Then I wanted that's I promised Lorna to tell about Turkish coffee. Then there is a brand of beer that I like very much. It's called Efes. Efes is an old city. It's still like you can see the city is like 3 or 4 thousand years old. You look it up. Efes, EFES, and it's located in the western Turkey. And it was raised, of course, it was existed long time ago, but the remains are still there, and it's a huge open air museum. Basically, you walk in the remnants of the ancient city, and you see how people lived like 2-3 thousand years ago. So anyway, there is a brand of beer called Efes, and every time I come to Turkey, I drink that beer because it's very fresh. It's for domestic use. It's it's fantastic beer. And you sit at a table right by the sea on the beach. You have fantastic sea breeze blowing into your face. You have no worries for the next. You're on vacation, no work. Your kids, your family is with you, and you're just having this fantastic beer, ice cold beer in warm, like in the hot on a hot day. Okay, I always do that. At least a couple beers I have in Turkey, not for the beer itself, but to give me this sense of vacation, sense of Turkey. This is kind of a tradition because the very first time I got to Turkey back in 2004, that's what I did, and ever since I do it every time. This is the first hotel where they don't have Efes beer, and the tap beer that they have is absolutely terrible. Yikes. So what I'm trying to do, I will do today, is I'm going outside of the hotel We will like I'll walk and you guys will see what's outside there, and you will see the stores, the food stores. They sell alcohol everywhere, and there is plenty of different FS beers. It's lager, pilsner, malt, all kinds of stuff. Okay, I'm gonna buy myself a six pack for future use, so to speak, and there you go. I'm gonna have an FS tonight. Really good beer. Okay, so I saw a few more comments. Paul Steckenreiter. Good morning from Atlanta, Georgia. Good to see you again. Paul, good to see you. Hello from Turkey, southern Turkey. John, hospital staff are dropping like fleas in Indonesia due to COVID. What can I say? Patricia. Hello, Patricia. Well, welcome to the stream from southern Turkey. Imagine that. Who would have known I'd be doing a stream from Turkey? If, guys, if I started doing YouTube, let's say 10 years ago, I've gone to so many countries, I've seen so many places, and if I filmed there, you'd be so amazed. Jamie G. Is Turkish coffee same as sand coffee? Unfortunately, I don't know what sand coffee is. If you explain a little bit, we'll decide. Yes, I know, John. There's a great movie about Australia military defeat. I think it's called Gallipoli or something like that. There was a huge battle. Yes, there you go, Gallipoli, Turkey. It was about a guy who lost his son, and he came all the way from Australia to look for his body, and speaking to Turkish. It's a pretty good movie. I watched it. There was a big star playing in it too. Christine, what is the best beer you tasted ever? That's a great question, by the way. A few. You see, to me, I can't say that one beer is absolutely fantastic, like better than the others. But when I drink, it's more of a feelings and emotions that I get with the drink. And for different situations, I have different feelings and emotions. Call me strange, but this is real, okay? This is what happens to me. To give you an example, like I just told you about the Efes beer, I remember I went to Turkey for the first time back in 2004 with my ex-wife, Bonnie, and my daughter, Sky. Not a place not too far from where I am right now. And a friend of mine who lives in Canada, I mentioned in my Canadian video, his name is Igor. He worked in Moscow for 5 years, okay? And back then we went to Turkey together. And what happened? We arrived and had been a hectic day, and then we finally settled, and hotel was fantastic. It was the very first time I was in the Mediterranean Sea. There was a nice open air patio right next to the beach, and the view was fantastic. And the guy served us Efes Pilsner. And I had it in these emotions of me sitting there. They imprinted into my mind. And every time I have this beer, it's for the right moment. You see, other beers are for different moments. You can call me strange if you want, but this is how it works with me, at least. So the best beer for vacating, for sitting by the sea is a fest, definitely. I like Czech beers very much, Budweiser, but not the American one, but the Czech beer, the Czech Budweiser. Then Pilsner Urquell, I think it sells in the United States everywhere. It's sold. Very solid, very great beers, you know. Then I like German beers, Spaten, Spaten. Then when I lived in the United States, I didn't like this, you know, this mass-produced large amounts of beer like Budweiser. We called it cat pee, cat pee beer. But now, when I'm not in the United States, this cat pee beer, Budweiser, I usually have because it reminds me of the days when I lived in the United States. So you see, I connected with the events in my life and enjoy it on certain occasions. But it'd be safe to say that if I were not a huge beer fan, but um, the beer I told you about, FS, it's very light. It's very, frisky. Can you say that about beer? Very, very, like sharp beer. Then the German beers and Czech beers, and I also have tasted great beers of microbreweries in Boston, oh, in Portland, Maine, like in Maine. Um, not sure if Sam Adams. I think it's from Boston. Uh, but there's one I forgot. There's a microbrewery in Portland, Maine, which is absolutely awesome. It used to be sold just in Maine. I'm not sure if they made it big. It's not Sam Adams. It's something else. I forgot. You guys, I don't know if you heard of Maine beer. Please remind me. John Liebold, Mel Gibson, first hit. That's an old movie. There's a newer movie about that. Yes, Gallipoli is. I don't think it's called Gallipoli, but I think Harrison Ford stars in that, and it was recently made. Check it out. Sunset, hi there. Welcome to southern Turkey. Sparky's Run, good morning. Welcome to southern Turkey to you too. Czech beers, especially Pilsner Urquell. I mentioned that's one of my most favorite. When I was eating dried dead fish in one of my previous videos, I was drinking Pilsner Urquell. That beer also has a memory, an emotion in my head. When I was younger, in my 20s, I used to drink beer, and I rented an apartment. Anyway, it was like I would buy a beer sometimes, and I would just drink it at dinner with my dinner. And every time I would buy that one, Pilsner Urquell. Somehow, I don't remember what happened, but that's another imprint that I have in my mind. It's excellent beer. Baron, you should try Budweiser. That's Czech beer. Very, very good beer. Then Staropramen. My mom and dad used to live right next to Staropramen for a couple of years. Staropramen factory right in the center of Prague. And I could see trucks go in and out of the factory door. A friend of us worked there, right at the factory. Sam Adams. There was another. Just give me the name. I forgot. Portland microbrewery. I can't even. Look it up because I'm, I'm doing this stream right now. I agree. Drinking is all about the company and the situation. Agree. Czech Pilsner from certain spa water. Boutique beers. Let me tell you about the, drinking, about the company and the situation. Back in 2010, I took my mom and dad for a vacation. It was just me and them, and they still lived in Prague back then. So I kind of organized a surprise for them. They flew to Moscow, and I had purchased a packaged vacation for three of us. And we actually came to this village, but to the very last hotel called Max Royal. It's probably the best hotel in Turkey. It's most expensive now. It used to be a different hotel chain, much cheaper, but the hotel was pretty much same. Max Royal bought the place, and they did some nice finished touches. They brought in more staff, and they made it like 5 times more luxury. But the place itself is still the same. So I brought my mom and dad there, and it was their first year in like first time in vacating in Turkey. And at the airport, I bought Johnny Walker Blue Label. It's decent whiskey. And we were sitting, like I brought my mom and dad. We were sitting at the restaurant right by the sea, and I brought my own bottle of whiskey. And me and my dad were just sitting there sipping, enjoying it, and appreciating the sea. And they said how wonderful everything was, and Johnny Walker Blue Label associates with my dad. I actually wanted to buy that at the duty free, but didn't. I bought a different bottle, but that was another drinking story. Situation and emotion. That's what drinking for me is about. Baron, you've been to Budweiser factory in Prague. Great beer. Morning light. Chicken fan, not happy. Nope. No. It was different. Baron, I have not even heard the names. The Shoots, 10 Barrel, Forever. I guess microbreweries is a brand new thing, because way back in the 90s, they were just becoming the trend. What was that name? Oh, forgot. Anyway, I found that beer very decent. Perhaps they're out of business now, I don't know. This hotel, I usually, when I go to a hotel in Turkey, if it's not top hotel, I usually bring my own booze, believe it or not. Although it's all included, and you certainly can get drunk here, I rarely drink anyway. Sometimes on vacation, like, I'll be drinking the beer. But when I was younger, that was a different story, guys. I was a pretty rowdy person. I would drink in my early 30s. They have rakia, which is Turkish vodka. That stuff is like bug juice, knocks you right out. I think it's same as ouzo in Greece, and it's absolutely same thing, but rakia and ouzo. And if you tell Turkish that it's like ouzo, they will kill you. And the same thing, if you tell Greek that their ouzo is like rakia in Turkey, they will also kill you. But it's pretty potent, strong alcohol, and you certainly can get drunk of it. But I don't get drunk anymore. I don't need that. If I drink, I want to enjoy. I want to have the experience of everything. That's why I bring top shelf alcohol. I usually get a single malt bottle of really good whiskey. Macallan or Glenmorangie or something like that. This place is quite something else. They don't even have decent beer. Ugh. Anyway, guys, I think first of all it's time to go check out how dinner is organized in this place, and second, after that, I will take you to the streets of Turkey. You've seen me walking the streets and doing the tours of Russia, Rostov, Moscow, Gorky Park, VDNH, the exhibition center, and now it's time to expand. It's time to go to Turkey. Let's go Turkey. Okay. Let me unplug the power bank. Worried a lot about not being able to get a decent connection, a cell phone connection. And you know what? Yeah, there are problems with the internet. Wi-Fi here is so slow. It's not enough for streaming. So I had to go and buy a SIM card. So this is an old telephone, but a new SIM card, new provider, Turkish Telecom, and it's like extra expensive, 40 bucks. But in Russia it would cost me like $3 or $4, and here it's crazy. Hang on. Shopping, we'll be back in a bit for shopping. Yes, give us, 20, 30 minutes and we'll be doing lots of that. Meanwhile, take a look at this picture. You see how this place looks deserted? It's because everyone is at the dinner. It looks like I'm gonna skip the dinner because I'm doing the stream. Okay, I'm up. My good microphone is on, so you can hear me well. Hope you can see me well. Thank you so much. Hang on 1 second again. This hotel is very nice and clean. You see, guys, I was running hotels, small and large ones, for, let's see, 10 years out of my life, out of all life, that my adult life, my adult work life, 10 years, I was in the hotel business. And I was managing Russia's biggest, largest, the baddest ass hotel there is. I know how every hotel works. Okay, I notice things that other people don't notice, and this is far from the best. But it does, does its purpose. Does the job, so to speak. The live stream I get for this is better than live stream in the USA. Very nice hotel. Thank you, Lorna. CKOC, hello there. Thank you. So you are first place Turkey. Why? Why can't you go to Turkey? It's easy. All you have to do is fly to Istanbul. That's it. I see something interesting. The guy's skinning the fish. There you go. Now, you tell me, what the heck is this? One guy is in the mask, another one is not. Здравствуйте.
У нас сегодня морепродукты день.
Спасибо большое, очень рад. Hang on. So you guys understand what's going on? I don't. I mean, why? Two people right next to each other. I tell you why. Because this is a show. That's not for real. That's for the show. To get into the restaurant, I must do this. Bang, green light. That's my body temperature. Well, I'm not dead yet. Woohoo! Welcome to the dinner. You see, now everything is behind the glass wall. And there's one guy standing, and you just point your finger what you want, and he puts it on the plate. Hello. And there are so many people who, this is the desserts. These aren't your typical Turkish delights. This stuff is not as good. It's like cakes. And this is kind of the main dishes. Rice, pilaf. Meat with tomato sauce. Steamed broccoli and vegetables. Mashed potato. Mushrooms. Then there's a kitchen. They're making Turkish pizza, I think. Yes. I don't know if you can hear, but everyone speaks Russian. This guy looks like the restaurant manager. I've seen him a few times. The most action is not inside, it's the outside. All tables are taken and people are eating. This is yummy. Turkey has excellent fruits, seasonal fruits and vegetables. Fantastic. Go Tom. What do you guys think? This is my favorite part here. I think I know this little boy.
That's the sweet one.
Я снимаю сейчас. There you go. Natasha is right there. Would you like to say hi?
Hi. I'm hungry.
Susan, thank you for the super chat. Wait, don't leave, because it's just getting started. It's gonna be much more vibrant and much more unusual outside. Thank you for your super chat. I'm gonna be buying souvenirs. And this is what my lovely, healthy eating wife gets. Melons and watermelon. Okay, this is wheat rice. Maybe it's white rice, there's a mistake. No, actually wheat rice. Rice and wheat. Home fries. Gosh, I'm getting hungry. Grilled trout. grilled tomatoes, grilled peppers. And this is the line, a queue for the main dish. I think it's just the fish. That's unusual. These are the rolls. I see, they're not serving fish, they're serving the rolls. Fish inside of rice. That makes sense, you know. Hello? You know, Turkish people are workers. They really work. They would really do anything for a buck, let me tell you. They're hard workers. This is some kind of baked fish. Smells like fish. You see, you cannot enter the restaurant from anywhere but the grand entrance where they check your body temperature. And at first, they watch for anyone trying to get outside, and they, you know, stop you and direct you to the other entrance. And right now, they stop doing it after a couple hours. Sangria cocktail. All right, let's go check out the drinks.
Придешь потом к нам. Почему? Придешь потом.
This looks like whiskey or some kind of brandy. They don't have much of booze. They have tap beer, which is piss. I tried it yesterday. They have two kinds of wine, red and white, which is not good. They have plenty of excellent water that tastes like water. And they have the usual suspects: Fanta, Sprite, 7-Up, or, you know, Pepsi. And this is the indoor section of the restaurant. Some kind of Turkish milk drink, tea section. And this is how they make Turkish, so-called Turkish coffee, out of a Nescafe machine. You see, it used to be the way that you would just come up and do it yourself, but these days, access to any food section, to tea, to drinks is blocked, and everything is provided by a staff member. Enough of that, because smells of food are making me hungry. And looks like I'm gonna miss the dinner because of the stream. Hey, no big deal. It's not a sacrifice, because look at my face. It looks like, I need to skip quite a few meals, not just one. Oh, excellent. No music here. Hang on one second. Before I venture outside, I want to read the comments that you left recently. Hi, Natasha. I will say hi to her after the stream from everyone. Yes, he does look just like me. Mini me. Princess, wheat rice, a combination of conscious or conscious. I haven't tried it. This is the first time I see wheat rice. I thought they made a mistake and put down the name, the white rice, but really a combination of wheat and rice. Susan M., thank you again. My pleasure. I'm actually walking around a Turkish no way. Near the beach in here. Isn't this magic? Wait until we get out on the street. Live stream magic. Michael J. Mead. Hi, friend. Konstantin, I really like your son's name. That's a story in itself. In very short, we couldn't decide on a name with Natasha and the girls, and we went over so many names, and none of them kind of stood. And I got so upset. Michael was being born, and we still didn't have the name, and I was so upset. Then I said, okay, you know what? Silent everyone. I'm the father. I'm going to pick up the name that I like, and that's it. This is my word, my say, and boom. I said it's Michael. I like the name. It's good both in Russian and in English. Mikhail, Michael. Actually, in other languages too. In French, it's Michel. In German, it's I don't know what in German that is. In Jewish, it's Moishe. So a great name. He's protector as Saint Michael. The first thing after he was born, we took him to a church and we christened him. And it was also almost on the Saint Michael's name. So that's the story behind Michael's name. And needless to say that you guys in Russia we call Tyoski, Michael. You also Michael. Go eat and come back. No, I don't want. That's okay. I had a nice steamed vegetable lunch. Feeding the masses. John, it's exactly what this is. You nailed it. It's feeding the masses. I don't particularly like it. The hotel I was managing in Crimea back in 2015 and 16, we fed around 30,000 people every week. Okay, and I know what feeding the masses is. It's not the tastiest food, not the best food, whatsoever. Grab a plate and eat. That's okay. I'll buy a few beers and, have a beer dinner. Paul Steckenrider. How far are you from Antalya? 40 miles west of Antalya. The first village, the town is Kemer. This is the regional center west of Antalya. And I'm right next village of Chamyua, right next to Kemer, like a few miles. So about 40 miles. It's a really easy drive, 40 minutes from Antalya. And this is where the mountains start. I'm in the very heart of the Taurus Mountains. Kitchen and Beyond GTSI. What's that? Hope your spirits are good today. Spirits are always good. Oh, you were talking not to me. All right. German is Michael Schumacher. That's it. Okay. Well, he is partially German, because my wife's mom is half 50% German, so it makes my wife 25% German, and Michael is little, but still, he's got German blood in him. Good to see you. Okie dokie, good to see you all, guys. If you are just joining the stream, I am streaming live from Turkey, from the city of Kemer, well, town of Kemer, Antalya province. I've covered the hotel so far, I answered the comments, I talked to you guys, and I am heading towards the exit. Free the people. To enter the hotel, you must check your body temperature. I'm gonna check it outside. 36 and 2. It's dropping. I hope it stays normal. 36 and 6. Опа! Это что ж случилось? This is so funny, guys. Look at this. It's very typical for this hotel, right? Look, the letter E. Zina Resort Hotel. Oh gosh, now you can see the mountains clearly. The sun has set. Right in front, right there, where I'm pointing my finger, that's the tallest mountain around this part. If you get on top, you can clearly see Antalya and so much of Turkey to the west, to the east. The mountain is called, in Turkish, it's called Tahtalı. And there's a cable car that goes from the bottom to the very top. Very top is 8,000 feet tall, high, 2,500 meters high. And you can see the difference in temperature. It's hot and nice here. Once you get up there, you really need warm clothes because it's always windy and it's cold, even in the summertime. You know, that top of the mountains is covered with snow from October through April. That's how cold it gets. But I'm gonna walk past that hotel right there. The view is fantastic. I mean, I love mountains. So beautiful. Anyway, let me look back. This is where we came from, the Zina Hotel. In the USA, no vax, no flight. I haven't heard of that, and it's terrible. Is this a new law they just came up? Anyway, forget it. I will talk about COVID later. Let's just enjoy the view. This place I adore because of its natural beauty. And it's fairly clean for a tiny village in, well, I can't really say that Turkey's an underdeveloped country, but in Russia, we have always made fun of Turkey because, you know, it's so far away behind Russia. But what Turkey offers to regular citizens is like way ahead of Russia. Very nice, very quiet village. That right there up ahead is the main street. And as you can see, it's only steps away from the sea. Most cars going back and forth, they are connected with tourism. Minibuses take tourists in and out of hotels. on different trips to the mountains. They're like Turkey has so much to offer. Different historical sites. I mean, I've been to Turkey 20 times and I haven't even done the half of what they offer, you know. Let me tell you guys, that one tall mountain right there. The cloud's gone. You see how fast the weather changes? Patricia, thanks for joining. It was really a pleasure to have you here. Enjoying my vacation. Please keep on tuning in. I have some videos coming up. How we were getting into Turkey and how it was very different this time. And generally I want to do a video, a separate video, walk through the Turkish beach, perhaps the Turkish street, things like that. There is so much to film here. First of all, look at this street. The palm trees, unbelievable. The biggest agricultural product of this area is oranges. Antalya is very, very known for the oranges. If we drive west of here, couple hours, the region of Kaş, and that region is known for tomatoes. And then if we drive further, that region is known for like strawberries. But this is the orange county. They aren't brick streets, but we call them the tiles. They're like tiles covering the surface of the streets. Okay, so you guys, I wanted to show you this, how quiet and nice the street at night. Well, at evening. It gets much busier because more people get out and go out shopping after they are done with their dinners, the most important, meal of the day, of course. Freshly squeezed juices. This is a very strange fruit. I've only seen this in Turkey. I don't know what it's called. I don't know how it tastes like. And this is also a very strange fruit because this is a pomegranate, but green. I have not seen this variety. It's first time. And finest Antalya oranges. You see, they're not very attractively looking, but they're fantastically tasty. It's all Russian speaking. Ice creams. By the way, guys, thank you for the likes. I see 48 likes so far. Thank you so much. Now, this isn't a bazaar, but like a shopping street, where to the right there's the road and to the left there are stores. Можешь поснимать?
Да, пожалуйста, поснимайте.
Excellent.
Вот прямой эфир.
Да. The guy knows his stuff, He knows I'm live streaming. So there's a little shop, Turkish Delight and Organic Cosmetics. You guys want... Сейчас, минутку. You wanted to see the Turkish Delights? They have them. These are my favorite kinds, made out of oranges and pomegranates. The guy is giving me a freebie, a mango tea. Hang on. Можно поставить сюда.
Да, конечно.
Whew. It's pretty good. It tastes like mango, and it's very like spicy, and very, very unusual tea taste. Once I finish this, спасибо большое.
Это Султан Лукум. Это Rolls-Royce среди лукумов.
Nice. Okay, guys. These guys just told me that this is a Rolls Royce among the Lukum, candies, Turkish delights. Let's check it out. This is my dinner. You know what? That's pretty darn good.
Вкусненько.
Очень вкусно. Спасибо.
Вы откуда сами к нам?
Прямо из Америки.
С какого штата?
Штат Мэйн.
Maine. Hello, guys.
You speak English?
My little speak English is don't какой очень плохой английский.
Your Russian sounds natural. So is this your first language?
Russia?
Из России? Откуда?
Новосибирск.
Здесь гораздо теплее. This guy is from the heart of Siberia. What's your name?
Владимир.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vladimir here is from the Siberia. Okay. How long you've been in Turkey?
Сколько в Турции?
Да.
2005 года.
So, 16 years in Turkey, and I'll tell you what, guys.
Но планирую переехать в Штаты.
So he's moving to the United States. At least he's planning on. But let me tell you, this place, Antalya and Turkey in general, is much warmer than Siberia. All right, shall we move on? This is what the guys call, like here, called teas. Tea. Ginger tea. Sliming tea. No, it's not sliming. It's tea for losing weight.
Чай, ручную работу.
Calatus. Mango tea, that's what I had. Mango's pretty good. No. Alright. They also have juices. Это соки, да?
Нет, это pomegranate соус.
Pomegranate sauce. Oils, olive oil. It's present boxes. Antalya. That's pretty cool. Antalya Turkish Delight. I think this is my favorite. А это из гранат?
Ежевика.
Blackberry. So guys, you see they have different... А вот это из гранат, да?
Это гранат.
This is my favorite one, hands down. It's pomegranate and orange.
Lime, orange, kiwi.
Спасибо. Look, the Turkish guy sitting and watching people, judging their ability to pay. Hey, I have a pretty good idea. Bye. If I stop by at different places like this, and they give me tea at every place and a little bit of Turkish delight, I'll be fed in no time.
Where are you from?
I'm from the USA.
USA?
Yes.
Speak English, you speak just Russian.
I know. You speak English, right?
Little, no.
Your English is excellent. What's your name?
Servet.
Sabbath.
Servet.
Servet.
Yes.
Okay. Are you from?
YouTube channel? Or?
Yes, I'm streaming right now.
Okay. You can check our shop. There's a child for man, for woman, everything. I think kids and I think boutique.
YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay.
Guys, they're so excited when I tell them I'm American. As if I told them I'm Russian, they'd be like, oh, okay, just another one. Let me tell you, they don't get too many Americans here. Textile. It's called textile shop.
Textile, yes. The best shop.
YouTuber ismi ne?
Best shop. The best shop.
Best shop. Ah, absolutely.
Bir de YouTube ismi ne?
What's the name? The YouTube channel, you know? You can see.
Yes.
You can also come here.
I'm gonna
Abla
write
YouTube'a
down.
gireceğiz bir daha.
YouTube, опять YouTube, мы все только на YouTube и выходим в последнее время.
Nice. I'm gonna write down.
Поменьше дать?
А ты померь,
Вы, наверное,
сравни.
кофту уже будете
Ой.
одевать. Она должна быть вот свободная, плавно.
Сравни, померь.
Давайте поменьше.
Check it out.
Тоже кажется,
Letters
ладно,
okay.
я-
Subscribe to the channel.
I will do.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
See you guys. Take care. The best shop, definitely best shop in Shamyua.
Happy holiday, nice holiday. Huh?
Thank you. Having a decent holiday. Oh, excellent holiday so far. The guy's gonna look at my channel, subscribe, see my videos. They're gonna learn that I'm Russian. Gonna come back and beat me up. Some more textile, linens. I know. This is also linen. Well, you see, they're textile shops, but this one is linen and towels. Let's move on. I want the Turkish Delight shop. One more. Okay, this is leather goods, bags. Of course, very known and expensive brands as Michael Kors. This one is fancy. You can buy this one for $5 probably. The other ones are $1 to $3, something like that. Michael Kors and Dolce Gabbana and Louis Vuitton are really expensive. $5. Christian Dior, Fendi. Fendi is really expensive, probably $6. Well, Lorna, I wasn't really lying to them, I was tricking them a little bit.
Hello, welcome.
Hello, is this your shop? You speak English?
Yeah, of course.
Excellent. What's your name?
Valera.
Valera. Nice, good name.
Where are you from?
Well, I'm from Russia and the United States. 50-50.
Oh,
Yes. Not bad.
I'm from Russia too, but
Where are you from?
Dagestan. Dagestan.
Dagestan?
Dagestan.
I know. Derbent. Do I need new Nikes? More clothing, or apparel, how should I say it? These are all football jerseys. And this is a travel agency. You can buy any local tour. I'll show you, that would be a good place to show you what Turkey has to offer in terms of tours. You can even go to Israel, a day trip to Israel from here. A tour to Istanbul. This place, Ulupinar, I haven't heard of. Cappadocia, is a very famous place for Christianity in Turkey. And Kemer Olympus, that's where we are at right now. This place is literally behind the mountain to the west. You guys see, you can all these catalogs of different travel day trips. Можно поснимать? So this is the map of Turkey, right? And these are the historical or like famous sites that you can travel to. We are right now is right here. See, Antalya is the provincial center, and Kemer is where we are right now, actually right here. This place is packed, absolutely packed with different sites. They're mostly historical sites because Turkey is so history-rich place. You know that this is actually the history itself right here, because that was the center of the ancient world, part of the Greek cities, then the Roman Empire, then Ottoman Empire, and things like that. You know. Okay, keep on moving. It's not as hot anymore, and it's not as humid as it was yesterday. It's very pleasant, I'd say 78 degrees. Incredible time here. Хорошо, thank you.
Это что, журналист, что ли?
Да, журналист. Как, do you speak English?
No,
No, Turkish, Russian.
English too. Здравствуйте, уважаемый слава.
You speak English?
Little, introduction.
Okay. What's your name?
Oscar.
Oscar. Oh, you have the statuetka.
Yeah,
You movie maker, right? Big star.
yeah, I know.
Is this your shop?
Yes, for me.
Can I film?
You kind of them.
Kind problem. It's German.
German, English, Ruski, Moldovs, yes, все есть.
Okay, excellent looking
Where are you
Turkish
from?
device. I'm from Russia and America, 50-50.
Russia, America.
Yes.
Very nice.
No.
По-русски ты знаешь?
Немножко могу по-русски.
This is my friend, Turkish Delight. This is...
How about that? I film and you show what that is.
Okay, for you, show here. Kind of. You feel. You.
No, you explain. You tell me what this is.
English, little
Yes, that's okay. Just try.
This is Turkish salad, very nice. Only fruity, only arahis.
Natural.
Naturalna. Mindalon, pistachio.
Ага, pistachios.
Badem. И pistache и fındık. Only natural, organic. Без сахар. Ну, сладкий. Русский, English.
Sugar free.
Да.
Okay, you go ahead.
Сладкий and stevia. Спец и как шоколад древа.
It's sweet, not because of sugar because of stevia. It's chocolate tree.
Я шоколад tea. Шоколад древья.
Yes, древо.
Рожковые деревья, знаешь?
Да.
Only here. Yes, very nice.
Снова дам, снова будете попробовать.
Я в прошлый раз не пробовала.
Yep.
В этом раз будете Такой дал,
This is
потом я
for
вам...
me we can shopping. Only professional.
Кокос.
And this one.
Рафаэлла.
What kind is this?
Kunjut. Молоко. Very nice молоко. And badem in Mindalon.
This is good. Trust me.
This is professional.
This is professional. And I'm not doubting this guy. He looks very professional to me. This is so good.
Yes.
Можно подойдет?
Честно? Честно.
Это гранат
Нет, ежевика.
Blackberry.
Blackberry, yeah.
Это шербет.
Let me tell you, the stuff I haven't had. I've tried mucho Turkish delight in my life, but this is the unique stuff that I haven't tried yet. Я говорю о том, что очень много в своей жизни я пробовал Turkish delight, но таких не пробовал вот эти три.
Three? Very
No.
nice.
Excellent, excellent, they're excellent. Yes,
Yes. I know.
professional.
I know professional. Okay, my
Oscar.
friend. What's your name?
My name is Konstantin.
Constantine.
Yes.
Oh, very nice.
Look my name, the channel's name.
Constantine.
YouTube. Do you have YouTube?
Yes.
Let me write down.
Instagram, yes. YouTube.
YouTube.
Kleiner.
Looks like I'm about to gain a new subscriber.
Где-то свет сегодня. Спасибо. В 19 году. Здесь желтая.
Letters to King.
This is. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, my friend. I see.
I will keep on filming.
Okay, come for me. I am here.
Эту скидку сделаю. И здесь вот это тоже попробуй.
Guys, there is such a great variety. I don't know how to describe the tastes. I mean, I've tried the basic Turkish delights. I always bring a few pounds home. Like, for example, this kind of stuff, the orange Turkish delight, or like granite or pistachio. But these guys are just, oh, so much. And then this is like Turkish slash Greek. I think in Greece is called baklava.
Вот эту попробуй.
Then they have dried fruits. No, that's spices. All kinds of thyme, coriander, saffron, mint, all kinds of stuff.
Constantine, my friend.
Спасибо большое. Thank you.
This is for you. Only.
Сейчас. Спасибо. Сейчас. Давай вот так. This is some tea. This is good. This is actually excellent. What is this?
This is tea. The Imperator tea.
Sultan chai.
Sultan Çay İmparator. Fatih Sultan Mehmet.
Uh-huh. Yeah, Turkish.
Yeah, Turkish tea.
Let me tell you guys, this isn't a regular tea, but it tastes really, really good.
This and Constantine. This pomegranate.
This is also for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oscar is a great guy. He's, feeding me teas and Turkish delights.
Coffee.
Turkish delight. Oh my gosh, this is a pomegranate. Роман, они просто так, они не трейд. Это, they're not trading anything. They're just, I guess they like to be on YouTube. See, what I like about the Turkish guys, they are so open, they're not aggressive. If I was doing that in Russia, and I mean, I've done live streams in Russia, watch my live stream from the bad neighborhood, from the ghetto. People there are so aggressive, they are so I just pass by and they go, "Why are you filming? What are you filming? Who gave you permission?" I'm on the street. I don't need anyone's permission to film on the street, all right? And here in Turkey, people are just so open. They're like, "Yeah, come on in, do whatever you want," you know. And that's not just because they're selling. My audience is in the West, and no one comes here who speaks English, as you see, you know, and they understand that. But anyway, no, I don't have to buy anything, and I'm not buying anything, you know. Seriously, Roman, I'm cool. You see, what I'm gonna do is, when I look for something as souvenirs to my family, you know, to bring back to Rostov, the guys who treated me well, you know, I will stop by and buy something in their places later on, perhaps. But right now, I don't have to. I have like, they're not obliging me to buy by giving me this stuff, you know. They're trying to befriend me, but they're not like acting like regular like shop owners. Let me tell you, I know the kind. It's just because I'm doing a live stream on YouTube that really attracts them. This drink was good. Keep on filming.
Килограмм почти, даже больше килограмма.
So this is what I was drinking. You can hardly call it tea. This is not tea, but this is something really, really tasty. Tea for losing weight. Amber tea. Nuclear tea. Vitamin tea. Oh, this is real tea. It looks like tea, you know, real Chinese tea. Ой. Guys, this experience is so typical for, you know, for Russians to come here and shop at small shops, like for everything, for, you know, some Turkish delights, for some. I have not even heard of them selling teas. This is a brand new product that, you know, put on the market, but Russians buying it left and right, and it's not really tea. It's some kind of a powdery drink, but it's fantastic, you know. Textile. Every time that I would come to Turkey and I would get out of my hotel, sometimes the hotels are so large I wouldn't even get out, you know, but every time I would come on a street like this. This is what I see every day, day by day. Whew. Alright, I'm gonna walk until the end of this section of the street. Look how cute they are. For tiny babies. Здравствуйте.
Наш тоже порекламируется, наш магазин.
Да у вас не очень интересно. Чего там? Ну, текстиль. Я же не рекламирую, я просто так. Textile. Kind of boring. Okay, let's move on. There is a bar, cafe, a bar. Similar, checking this out. You guys enjoying it? Can buy athletic wear. I know what I need to do. I need to stop by every store. I need to take every store owner, shopkeeper telephone, open YouTube, type in my channel, and have them subscribe. Alright, while I am read a few comments. Roman, I'm sorry, you were answering other people. I thought you were talking to me, yeah. I see you guys are commenting to each other. Sorry, Lorna, you see, I don't say that anymore. You kind of, caught me right on the spot. So I am telling them I'm half Russian, half American. How about that? Well, kind of true because I spent half of my adult life in the United States. Cicadas, cicadas. How do you say that? Yes, you are hearing exactly that. Big crickets, they go chirp, chirp, chirp, chirp everywhere. Lorna, everywhere you go in Turkey, you see cicadas. And you don't see them, you hear them. I actually saw them in Greece. They're huge. They're like size of my palm. Scary looking too. John, they are not getting pissed off. They're nice and friendly. The fact that I'm going and doing YouTube streaming is already attractive enough for them. I'm telling you, these guys they're not Russians like in the bad part of Rostov. John, you are absolutely correct. They are made in same factory and probably not in Turkey but in China. You know better than I do. Princess, type in caps what you want him to, like which store and what exactly you want to ask about sending something to the US. I bet they send something. They send everything to the US. Randall, I'm jealous of you. I wish I was in Turkey. Hey, you are in Turkey with me right now. This is where I brought you. You and other people who are in the stream, right? Roman, I can't spend any money. I would have, but my telephone is being used as streaming. I'll come back there and I'll talk to them. How about that? Роман, я привезу жену свою сюда. Завтра или послезавтра. Hakan's Life and Travel. Are you Turkish? This is the first time I see you on YouTube, on my channel. Would really be great to hear your insights, to read your insights on, inside of Turkish life. I see you commenting about Turkey. Thank you so much. That's fantastic. The Turkish delight and spices from Oscar. Let me tell you, Princess, you email me what you want. I will buy it for you, and I'll ship you to the United States. Okie dokie, let's move on further to the bar. The footwear. The Nikes must be on sale today, everywhere. Must be $5 a pair. Turkish Delights. If you want Turkish Delights, I'd recommend one of these boxes because they are, you can try a little bit of everything. It's a set, mix and match. Oh.
Да.
Sladости. Another delight.
Очень.
Do you speak English?
Yes, I speak Russian. I little speak English.
Little speaking.
Very good Turkish delight. You want for whom? Only natural.
How much is that?
This different. 1 kilo, $10, $15, $6. Different.
Okay. So it's $5 a pound average price. Nice shop.
Şey ver. Alıyorsa direkt şey.
This is a perfect gift shop.
Yes.
Gifts to take back home from Turkey. Because everything is packed, small portions, shisha pipes, oh, just for the show, you know, not to smoke one. Beautiful. Turkey, Antalya. Роман, я понимаю прекрасно. Это капец. Ну, по крайней мере, тут цены ниже гораздо на все, чем в бутиках.
Все хорошо.
Oops. Be very careful. Beautiful, beautiful craftsmanship. Look. Looks like a lot of things are hand painted. I could be wrong, of course, but I mean, look. These are the famous Turkish resort towns: Side, Belek, Alanya, Kemer, and Antalya is the center of it all. This is Istanbul. Okay, this is what I was talking about earlier. This is for making Turkish coffee called jezwa in Russian and in Arabic. And how do you call this? Could you please write in the comment a thing for Turkish coffee or sand coffee or whatever. They come in different shapes and materials. At my home I have one made out of copper. I think they're all made in China. I mean, there's no question in my mind. It's all made in China. It's just they don't, you know, they don't label it that it's made in China. Get distracted more and more. Here's the bar. Looks like I'm not the only one streaming. Kind of give you a general view of this restaurant. This is a fish place called Monte Lara. Restaurant and bar. Okay, that's important. We have lobsters, we have shrimp, king shrimp, fish, self-cooked crayfish, steaks, and, you know, meats, kalyan and everything. Gigantic, the giant shrimp, $15 a pound. This is the menu. It's all in Turkish lira. 7.5 liras is $1. So divide everything here by 7.5. So this is $4 for mushroom soup or Caesar. 55, which is what, almost $8 for a Caesar salad. And if you want to get a pasta, that's $7 exactly. $7. Steaks are more expensive. $15, $18 and so forth. And I'll try to get inside and see how the place looks like. They have different wines. This is very cheap locally made wine, by the way. They don't look too appetizing. The place is pretty cool actually. Very basic, very simple. People smoke shisha here. Fantastic. I don't smoke cigarettes, but sometimes I smoke shisha. There is a Migros food supermarket a little further. There's another travel agency. Man, вообще друг. That's another map of Turkey with the sites. А я лайвстрим делаю. Лайвстрим. This is a Turkish map. Again, we are right there. No, right there in Antalya. So many places to see. And just historical places. There are hundreds and hundreds. Greek, Roman, Ottoman, pre-Greek. Oh my gosh. I think this is the world's largest remaining amphitheater. Greek theater. It's called Aspendos. It remains intact the way it was like 2,000 years ago. Place is amazing. They hold the concerts, live concerts there. It's fantastic. Love Turkey. How the Russian girls all decked out. Another Turkish delight place. This is a Georgian dish. Georgia, like the country. It's called churchhela. They take nuts, they put it on a string, and they dip in like grape syrup. And then it hardens. This is churchhela. More Turkish delights. Persimmon, dried persimmon. Здравствуйте. Hakan, let me tell you something about the living standard of Russia compared to Turkey. My mom was a head accountant of a large company, and she was the head accountant all her life, and she worked every single day of her life until she was 55 or 56. And guess what her pension is right now? My friend, it's $120. No more, no less, $120. And her utility bills is like utility bill for electricity, water is over $100 per month. So let me tell you how Russians live. The Russians that you're seeing right here, these are the rich Russians. They used to be middle-aged, middle-class Russians, right? But now their middle class is down to the poor, and the rich people are down to middle class. So these people who come and spend their vacations, they're very few Russians, okay? Don't judge the entire country of Russia by these people that you see here in Antalya region. They're very, very, very, very well-to-do people. I need to buy new flip-flops for Michael. That's probably the place where I'm gonna come back, see if they have his size. Something like that. Do you speak English?
Yes.
You do?
Little.
Little is good enough. You have flip-flops and, footwear, Okay.
Camera.
Да,
Where
да.
are you from?
I'm from Russia.
Russia?
Yes.
По-русски, да?
Ну, немножко говорю,
По-русски
да.
не надо.
Да, поговорю немного.
English.
Okay, this is the end of the shopping street. More Nikes, more New Balance. I wonder how much for New Balance here. New models. These must be expensive. Must be like $10, not $5. All right. So this is the busy intersection. Look, we just walked all the way from way over there to the end of this section of the street. On the opposite side, there's the very same kind of shopping street. Well, it's the same street, different side, different kinds of, but same idea. Different shops, but probably could even be same owners. Okay, that place right there looks a little dark. Well, not dark, but not much is going on there. And I think if we take a left from here, we will get to the part of village where actually the locals live. Let's take a few steps. Fantastic sight, guys. Hope you can see the way I'm seeing it, but look at this. Oh my God, this site is worth like $1 billion. Look, the sun sets right behind the mountain. That's the west, and it backlights the mountain a little bit so you can see the clear contour. Yes, you can see it too. What a fantastic picture. That's the, how do I say that? I'm pretty speechless. I think God has painted this picture himself. Someone's backyard. Not so ritzy, not so glamorous. Alright, let me put down my camera for a few seconds. Here I am. My hand is tired of holding a gimbal. Let me read a few comments of yours. Hakan, you see you're very active. Thank you so much for commenting. See, so much text. Souvenirs are affordable for your pockets, so one-time purchase as many souvenirs as possible. And this will be delighted. Did I see any plates? Yes, I saw plates. I think I answered that already, but they're like not the plates to eat on, but kind of plates to put on the wall. Restaurant. A lot of people like Thailand. they actually fall in love with the country. I'm not a big of Southeast Asia in general, you know. I don't know. I'd rather go to the Caribbean or Mexico or Turkey or Europe. Роман, у меня друзей трубокуров-то нет. А те, которые есть, я им давно уже попривозил. Я тут раз 20 был. Hakan, I actually have a LC Waikiki right next to place where I live, a huge outlet with prices. You can get a t-shirt for like $3-4 and it's excellent quality. This shirt I bought at LC Waikiki, love it because it's made kind of a polyester silk cotton, and you know, I don't sweat when it's really hot outside, so thanks for the advice. But I would buy here a t-shirt or two because, you know, just kind of reminder that I came and spent time here in Kemer in Chambiva. I also probably will buy this powdery drink they call tea, which is pretty good. Then I will buy some Turkish delights to bring back to my mom and, you know, a few things like that. Nothing major. Okay, I am debating right now whether I should go and check out the food supermarket. What kind of looks like a Western supermarket? Because oh, the beer. Shoot, how would I pay for the beer? Because I left my card at the hotel. Oh shoot. All right, let's go check it out. I still have plenty of battery time left, so why the heck not? It's funny, guys, a few more words about this touristic region. As by the way, this is what it looks like from the top of that mountain, Tahtali. ATMs of different Turkish banks. Can withdraw some cash here. It's very safe, very convenient. I have Russian bank back at home, and I just come with a card and, you know, withdraw some cash. But anyway, talking about the tourist regions here. Antalya region is mostly Russian and Ukrainian, Russian speaking. They even have Russian road signs in Russian because there are so many tourists in Antalya. Then there are different areas. For example, if you go way west, a few hundred miles from here, there's a tourist center called Marmaris, okay, and it's 100%, well, mostly, shouldn't say 100, that's mostly English. The Englishmen come there. Everyone speaks English at the shops like that. Russians do come, but not the majority, not too often. English, somehow English love that place. Then there's another place called Fethiye, it's more for Germans English. Not for Russian so much. Alanya, if you go to the east of Antalya, 100% Russian speaking also. See, this is the hotel row. The Mediterranean is right there, a few blocks away, and not few, 1 block away actually. And this is where hotels, the large hotels, their territory ends right here. So basically they have the entrance to the hotel, main building, and then goes the swimming pools, you know, the palms, the parks, and going to the beach. One of the best Turkish hotels, like I told you, Max Royal, just around the corner. I brought my mom and dad here back in 2010.
English?
Yes.
Chelsea, Manchester City.
I don't know English for me. I'm not English. I'm American more than English. I like America more. But I like Manchester United.
Manchester.
Yeah, you?
Yes. Chelsea.
Chelsea.
да.
Chelsea. Okay. Chelsea is good enough.
Chelsea.
Я по-русски тоже могу говорить. So we're going to Migros supermarket. That's like, I don't know, 7-Eleven, or a little away from the tourists. It's more where the locals come and shop. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you the beer, whatchamacallit, the FS and local beers, what they have and things like that. Look, I don't know what to answer people when they ask me from English, like why I speak English. And, I gotta come up with like a story, like half and half, or because they put me right on the spot. I don't know what to answer. Another travel agency. Turkish nut. Сейчас, подожди, брат. Иди сюда.
Okay, perfect.
Turkey, Antalya, local boys, local funds.
Wow. Yes, yes.
These boys are local for sure. Konstantin, tell them that you are an American living in Russia. I tell you what, in a Russian body. How I can tell both ways. I can tell that I'm an American living in Russian body, or I can tell them that I'm Russian living. Well, I'm not living in America anymore. Anyway, it got me all confused. Just kidding. What's that?
Шов ТВ, canlı yayın. Добрый вечер. Добрый вечер. Приветствую всех.
Audience speaking English. Okay, I tell them that I'm Russian, but I speak English. How about that? Migros. That's where I wanted to take you. This is a chain supermarket, so I'm not. I suppose they won't kick me out for filming or anything. It's not like your local friendly shop with shopkeeper. Oh, it's cold here. Remember the prices? Divide everything by 7.5 if you want dollars. And everything here is in kilos, not like this price is for 2 pounds, not 1 pound. Either a pack or 2 pounds. So for example, $13.95 is a kilo of lemons, 2 pounds, $2 per pound. Fresh fruits and vegetables. Fantastic. Well, I'm telling you guys, these guys, everything that grows here is so yummy. It's dairy section. They can actually ask for my HES code here. Although plenty of tourists, I'm not really feeling that welcome here. Ice cream, $4 for this box right here. $2 for this big one. I wanted to see. This is what I was telling you about. They have, I think, this is imported beer, the imports. They have Carlsberg, of course, Tuborg, all European beer. I guess it's really, really big here. Hello. Нет. No masks here. Можно пройти? Вот, спасибо. Oops. They basically kicked me out of here. Well, didn't really kick me out, but they asked me to wear a mask, and I didn't have one. I don't have one, so they asked me to buy a pack of 7 masks for like $1. No intentions on doing that. You know, I have a mask at home. But anyway, I was showing you the section. They have an entire section dedicated to FS beer. I think I'm gonna come back here and buy some. Like I said before, well, this is a small supermarket. I think it's not the cheapest option for the locals because it's situated in the tourist section. But quite a few locals come here, and a lot of people who work in the tourism, they come here for a quick something. I think if we go further into the village, I'll show you. It's in the darkness right there by the mountains. Then there are much cheaper options, and this is, I think that's where the locals shop. Guys, this proves that people are people everywhere. If you come, like in Russia, if you come and start filming without mask, or someone who's supposed to wear a mask but without a mask, people get uneasy about that, you know. And same thing goes here. She very politely asked me to buy a mask. I don't want to buy it, so it's okay. I will come back here for beer with a mask. I like the fact that the guys are so cool about me filming. Tourists don't mind either. I haven't had one single person asking me not to film. But they've been like talking about me all around. They think I don't understand, I don't speak Russian, I don't understand what they're saying. And they're like behind my back, they go, oh look, he has camera on, you know. He's walking and filming, and like, what is he doing? But no one has said anything to me in my face. And I think it's pretty cool. I had seen that guy who was talking about the English football, Manchester and Chelsea. I had seen him earlier. He was just standing there and like staring at me. He was so surprised me hearing English. He was so surprised hearing English, hearing me speaking English. There is some kind of a show going on. And guys, I'm gonna take you there. Jaywalking, but the street is empty. Blah, blah, blah, blah. Not sure if you can hear the beats. Belly dance. So this is a hotel. They having a dinner, and morning white. Enjoy.
Пожалуйста, четкий подпишите, çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Speak in Russian again.
Спасибо. Так, уважаемые, через 10-5 минут перерыв будет готов начинаться наша
Saying 5-minute break.
Colaborando Brasil y España.
It shows good. Yeah. Clap, clap, clap. Well, I want to ask you a question, but you probably don't know. Who are the worst tourists? Who behave the worst in Turkey? The suspects are, of course, the Russians, the Polish, the Ukrainians, the Italians, the French. Well, very few Italians and French people come to Turkey. The Germans, tons of Germans. You know, German and Turkey are pretty close. In the English, who are the worst? And the winner is the English tourists. They are absolutely worst. They come to Turkey and they drink uncontrollably until they literally drop. They piss themselves right on the streets when they drunk. They just drop and, you know, unconscious until like they sleep until the morning. They're so loud, they scream, they, you know, they behave not like, you know, perhaps they're like oppressed in England, and they can't behave like that at home, and something is boiling inside of them, you know, and then when they come to Turkey, it's like a volcano eruption. I've seen them in action here and in Cyprus, and let me tell you, the English tourists are quite something else. Sounds like British, yeah. They are the best guests. No, I think they're very good guests because their currency is very strong, the British pound, and they spend so much here. To them, these prices are so low, it's like pocket change when they come, because 1 pound is what, like $2 American, and things that buy pounds and tens of pounds here cost like the things that cost pounds and tens of pounds here cost pennies to them. So they're pretty good tourists, you know. The Turkish take their money; they don't care how you behave. Ken supermarket. I think that's just for preppers. Rude, yes. A lot of people were like way back. They were complaining about Russian tourists behaving bad. Well, Russian and Ukrainians, I put an equal sign between them. But these days, I don't see much Russian tourists drink, like, you know, get smashed, like, you know. So they've mellowed down somehow. Everyone's happy to see me today. Fresh fruits. Figs, guys, I bought a pound of figs yesterday and we ate them. It's fantastic stuff. This is my favorite, violet. And these ones I don't like so much. But they're okay too. Of course, one of our largest exports of Turkey, the strawberries, peaches. No, these are nectarines. These are not peaches, but they're local too. These are peaches. Soft to the touch. Very ripe. The guy is paying $20 for this bag, and I think he's getting ripped off. Bonus. this? 4 figs cost $10, 10 extra dollars. You see, I don't really mind when Turkish. Let me sit down a little bit. I don't mind when Turkish street vendors scam you. Well, I shouldn't say scam you. They jack up the prices. If you don't understand something, they sell something for $10, and they see that you wear expensive clothes, and you look, let's say, buyable. They jack up price immediately to $20, and you end up paying $20. That's tricks. And I think it's not their fault, but the fault of a person who buys, because the person should know better. If you don't play the game, then pay the price. My estimation that plastic bag cost about $8 to $10, and the guy sold it for $20. Inside they have strawberries, figs, peaches. I was buying it yesterday. I know the prices, but you know what I did first? I went to the first fruit stand. Okay, I checked the prices. I went to the second, fruit. There are 3 fruit stands here on this street. So I went to the second one, and I checked the prices there. And I went to the third one. So I got the market price. I knew how much the peaches go for. I went, and the guy was trying to jack up the price. I said, well, listen, they're really $3, $1.50 a pound. And he looked at me, and he had respect in his eyes. He said, oh, okay, all right, $1.50. So I bought a couple pounds of peaches, and I paid, I think, $8 for that. A couple pounds of figs. What else? Some grapes. So I think that's okay. It's the game, and I like playing this game, I like negotiating the prices down. I like making small talks. I'm not afraid of talking to the vendors, get personal with them. I crack a joke, make small talk. I enjoy doing that. I get kicks out of it. And a lot of times I see that people on the other side, they're not just selling me stuff, they also play in the game. And if they see that, I pick it up, then they kind of it's good for both of us. It's enjoyable, Turkish are not bad, because Turkish are much more European than, let's say, the Arabs in Egypt. Okay, I used to go to Egypt too, quite a bit. I think I've been to Egypt over 10 times. And the street shops, street bazaars, this exactly same idea, same kind of shops, different products, yes, because Egypt is a different country, different culture altogether, and they have different spices, different foods, different food, desserts, everything, but the idea is the same. So I was talking to a street vendor once, and I was talking to him, making a small talk. I had no intention of buying anything. There was an apparel store, all right, and I started looking at the prices, negotiating down, and we were enjoying our conversation. He was asking me where I was from and things like that. Then a Russian lady comes in with plastic surgery. You could see that she has her lips done, eyes done, nose done, everything, and she has much gold on her, and she's so snotty. And she comes and she looks at the vendor and she says, how much is that? In a very rude way. I think it was like a hoodie or something for herself or her son. And he goes, $100. And I clearly know that the guy started negotiating that very same hoodie starting at $10, and I was trying to get him down to $5. So he priced her $100. And she didn't even blink an eye. She just, took $100, gave it to him, and that's it. And he looked at me and he started laughing. He said, listen, this is really amazing. Russian tourists are quite something else. And he goes, here, have one for free. And I'm like, what do you mean for free? And he goes, no, it's my present to you. I just, made $100. It's kind of offensive to me because she didn't even want to try negotiate. It's not how things done. And then He came and he said, listen, here are a t-shirt. And he gave me like 3 or 4 items for free because I was negotiating. And I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, listen, we make so much money here, and the tourists who just, we can name any price and they buy. You Russians are so rich. Of course, it was way back when we were rich, you know, we didn't really care about $100. It was like 2007, 2006, 2008. So this is a perfect example of mentality of this, food vendors. Well, street vendors, not food, street vendors. They trying to make a buck, but if they see that, you play the game, they actually back down and they deal normally with you. But if they see that you don't, then anything goes, any price goes. I'm sitting at a local intersection. Let's see. To the right of me and to the left, I smell freshly squeezed orange juice. $2 for a cup. That's expensive. You can get that in Russia at that price, and it's also freshly squeezed, and probably for Montalia's oranges. So here should be like 50 cents, 25 cents. They here dime a dozen.
Adliye gelmeyin. Krasavчик. Yürü. Alış.
I just got a message from Turkish cell provider, Turkish cellular, that I'm running low on. I have a couple gigabytes left. It will be plenty to finish the stream, but it was pretty expensive. I think how much is it? $30 or $40 I paid. I don't remember. And for this much of internet in Russia, our internet costs 10 times cheaper than this one. Vaughn, will I ever live in the US? Most likely, yes. John, unfortunately, Australians are the same in Asia. When they go in group, they behave arrogantly and just drink. Obnoxious, that's the right word, obnoxious. Paul, do they take American money there? Oh, you better believe it. They love American money. They take any money you can give us. You can give them. John, we learned it from the British masters. I like that. Great breeds or breads? Bread, I'm not sure if I ever had a great bread, but breeds there are really good. Tourist trap orange juice, yeah. I've got to take a closer look at this orange juice stand, It's discovered the Strait of showing off big spinners create a very big distortion economy. Alright. I rested a little bit, so let's go. Again, Can Supermarket. Is it canning for preppers, or is it I Can Supermarket? Let's ask this guy. Hi. How much for orange juice?
Orange.
Yes.
Стакан $1.
$1.
Yeah.
How much per kilo of oranges? Do you sell oranges?
1 kilo. 1
Yeah.
kilo $1.
1 kilo. One. Okay. So
Sen
look,
neredesin ya?
one pound is 50 cents.
Ya oğlum ben sıkım adamlar buradan
1
gidiyorlar, ben
cup
sıkım
is
adamlar gidiyorlar oğlum.
$1,
Ben buradayım.
which is
Para
well,
için.
not too bad, but still it's a tourist trap because it's way expensive. I think quarter would be a good price, fair price for oranges here. Literally grow on streets everywhere. I think there are orange streets in Kemer. Another Turkish delight, Lokum store, shop. Not really a store, it's a shop. Okay guys, this is very unusual for you. Check this out. Alright, if you buy, let's say jeans here, and the jeans will fit you, but like fine in the hips, but a little too long, they tailor right on the spot. Right there. Whatever you want, hit tailor. Either free of charge, you know, it's included into the cost of apparel, or, you know, for very nominal fee. I'm gonna go back to the hotel and I will find a quiet place again. I will sit down. I will answer more questions and chat with you guys a bit. Don't forget, there's a power bank in my pocket and I'm not going to run out of juice unexpectedly this time. I know better. Hey, check this out. The Raging Bull. Ah, I know what this is. I know what this is. Guys, we are at the local Wall Street, okay? This is what it's called, Wall Street. I'm just joking. I think it's Money Street. That's what locals call it. This is another hotel called Pasha's Princess. Looks small and boutique-ish, at least on the outside. This is how the Money Street looks like from afar. In Greece, they call them cicades. Okay, I don't know, cicades, everywhere. There's a show going on in my hotel. The dinner is over. I'm a bit hungry. I haven't had anything except for 2 tiny pieces of Turkish delight and 2 very strange looking but really good tasting teas, so-called teas. But I have a couple figs left, a nectarine, a peach. So I'm gonna be all right tonight. We told you to eat. Now I'm not complaining. Look, I think it doesn't look very aesthetical, like very good, visually pleasing when I'll be sitting and eating in front of you guys, you know? I think that would be simply plain wrong. So no problem. Look at my face. I need to skip many more meals. Mukbang. You would enjoy it. Okay. I tell you, before leaving, I made a video, a very complicated and a long video. Me and Ola, my oldest, we went to McDonald's, got almost everything on the menu, came back home. I set up a camera in front of a table and we did a tasting contest. I compared, we both, ate a little bit of everything, and then Ola was telling me how she liked it, and I was telling how it tasted to my taste compared to American McDonald's. And there was like 40 minutes of footage, would be edited probably into 15 or 20 minutes, and I ended up not plugging in the microphone, and the entire footage how we were eating, tasting, and commenting was sound free. Alright, lobby is quiet, no music. And this is absolutely fantastic news. If I could find a place here, I would gladly sit down and continue to speak with you. There is one place right here. And let me go and check out the bar. Будьте здоровы. Lobby bar. The lobby bar. There you go. People playing pool. Children playing pool. Ну, поиграй. Смотри, я еще записываю, сынок.
Тебя хватает интернета?
Да, интернета хватает. Я пойду сейчас присяду и буду заряжать его. Покушали хорошо?
А ты не ел? Блин, такой головой.
Да ты что, а что там было?
То нет.
Так я все снял. А вот здесь, скажите. Oh my gosh. Talking about the Russian tourists.
При этом еще не успели с ней сгореть, причем солнца даже не было.
Okay. It's nice to be sitting here, but there are so many. I'll try. See if there's a good light. Hang on. My face is pretty dark, but that's okay. I'm trying to set up the power bank so the phone doesn't die unexpectedly like it did many times before. And then Lorna comments, said, "Hey, your phone died again." Hang on. No microphone. The sound's gonna be a tad bit worse, but hang on. I had done my dinner. Mukbang is where YouTubers eat in front of the audience. Okay, I see, mukbang. I'm gonna refilm and do another mukbang. I've slimmed up, yeah. I think not too much. 3-4 pounds maybe. Mukbang. People are roaming without masks. Shocking to me. Please pay attention. Both Turkish, the locals, and the Russians, the Ukrainians, are running without bags. Oh yeah, running without masks. I'm sorry. It's kind of normal for our part of the world, you know. Lorna, is she your wife? That lady in the dress? Well, the last time I checked, she was this morning. I don't think she can divorce me so easily here in Turkey, you know, so fast. But yes, that's my wife. Yes. She said, "Oh, you haven't eaten?" They had a gala. You know, it's called the gala dinner. It's like grand dinner, you know, a fish dinner. I filmed everything. You know, you guys saw it with me. Sunset, thank you so much. I think so too. Lorna, Natasha is so beautiful and youthful. She looks much younger than her age. Yes, she does. Vivek, the lady who asked, yes, that was my wife. His son is adorable. Thank you, Sunset. John, tourist streets these days are the same in resort locations with minor regional differences. John, Egypt was it's actually a prime example of how places change. I first got into Egypt back in 2004. It was early 2004, like March. It was really, really cold in Moscow. Snow, well, it's winter in March. We got to Egypt, it was fantastic. We were swimming and I saw an incredible country with, well, actually with lack of Western formula. What I mean by formula is like we saw formula when we get into a food supermarket. Everything is the same. Turkey, Russia, the United States, England, Australia, it's the formula, okay? But back, same about other stores, same about everything. You go to a movie theater, it's the formula. You go to a large shopping mall, it's designed and built by the formula. But Egypt back then was far from formula. You had old, like French cars, really run down, but driving, like made in the 60s. The drivers couldn't really speak English that well. There were Bedouins from the desert. The shops were really strange, very colorful. You know, there were much Bedouins, the desert people, same as what you call them, the Australians, Aboriginal people in Australia, and all kinds of stuff. And I was so amazed. The last time I was in Egypt, back in 2013, everything changed. Formula everywhere. Brand new taxi cab with licensed taxi drivers. No more Bedouin people. Restaurants, shopping, new shopping centers. Michael
Я
decided.
хочу играть в бильярд.
Ну и поиграй.
Пойдем, папа, со мной.
Я, если хочешь со мной, я закончу и тогда пойдем поиграем.
Очередь.
Ну ничего, мы займем. So somehow he would like to play pool, billiard. Anyway, Starbucks everywhere. Back in 2004, no one, if you wanted a coffee, they would make you coffee, the kind of coffee they drank. And back in 2013, I believe, it was a Starbucks. It was Costa Coffee or, you know, Dunkin' Donuts, McDonald's. The formula took over Egypt in 10 years. I don't know of any place remaining that haven't been taken over by the formula. If there are, I certainly would like to visit them. Actually, I do know two places very small. It's country of Abkhazia, which is right next to Russia, between Russia and Turkey. There was a big political issue. They broke away from Georgia and they had a war with Georgia like in 1991, 93. But anyway, it's a tiny country, like tiny region I don't know, 60 miles long and 20, 30 miles wide. Used to be part of Georgia. They have everything non-formula. Then Georgia itself, not the state, but the country, Georgia, was also very, well, I should say formula free. People still leading very simple life there, you know. That's two countries. Georgia is really easy for Westerners to go to. It's actually a big tourist destination this day. It's some number one of gastronomical place to visit for me. The best food I've ever tried in the world, ever, anytime. Abkhazia is really difficult because the only way to travel there is to fly to Russia. I'm not sure whether you can travel, probably from Georgia you can cross the border, but either from Georgia, first fly to Georgia, then cross the border, you know, with your feet. Or you have to fly to Sochi, which is southern Russia, and then Sochi is located right on the border with Abkhazia. So these countries are kind of like difficult to travel to, and even Georgia is too far away. Prison Planet, Sunset, it's not Prison Planet yet, I think. It's more of a marketologist planet, because marketologists, they've come up with this formula, you know, they're coming up with more and more effective formula everywhere. First they did it with like stores and the way shopping is done, and now they're doing it everywhere, including the YouTube itself, you know, because it's run by marketologists, you know. Give me a big hug, Papa. As soon as I'm done with the stream, I'm gonna go and pay all the attention to Michael. Morning Light, please let your family know that we thank them for time you are here with us. Yes, I will. Sunset, maybe Catalan is traditional. No, I've been to Catalonia. It's kind of the same as the rest of Spain. There are certain twists and turns, but nothing major. In terms of food and in terms of shopping, commerce, everything 100%, 1000% formula. Nagaland, India. John, I think the entire India is very non-formula. John, I almost went to Afghanistan. As I mentioned before a few times in the videos, you know, in the streams, I lived in different countries, and one of the country was Uzbekistan. And Uzbekistan borders Afghanistan. There is a river called, I think it's called Panj, and there's a bridge over the river. The bridge that was used for Russian troops to invade Afghanistan, and then they would withdraw troops on that bridge. Bridge is still operational today. It's really easy to get to Afghanistan because Afghanistan is one big village with no rules, with no police, with no army, nothing. It's the entire country run by the tribesmen. Some of them are nice, some of them are not so nice, but the only state that there is in Afghanistan, and I mean like police forces and the laws and everything, is in Kabul, the capital. So I was thinking of crossing the border, because that part of Afghanistan that right next to Uzbekistan is controlled by Tajiks. That's a tribe in Afghanistan that fights Taliban and fights the terrorists and everything. They're like on our side, kind of. And then their head guy lives in Tashkent. His residence, his home is in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. But he has his own army, and it controls northern part of Afghanistan. His name is General Dostum. So I was thinking of crossing the border, taking a cab, a local cab, and so that the cabbie would bring me to Kabul, and then I would fly out of Kabul. But then people were advised me, like they talked me out of it, because first of all, I would get in trouble for crossing without a visa, because that's some complicated stuff, and they would ask me questions in Kabul. And the second is, of course, the danger, because I would be in no man's land, in a cabbie, and if they knew that I was non-Muslim, Russian, I could be in trouble. Could be death, you know, decapitating, things like that. So I decided not to do that. But I went to the bridge and I was looking at Afghanistan from one side of the river. It's Uzbekistan, and the river is not that huge. And on the other one is Afghanistan. Certainly non-formula country, but you know what? I have no desire of going there. Taliban tours, no thank you. Thank you, no thank you. Sunset, yes. Whatever humans do, they look. Everything starts looking more similar and similar. But every time I come, I enjoy very different natural beauty of this planet. You know, fantastic. Like place I'm in right now is I'm photographing everything with my eyes. You know, like that. Because I love it so much. It's so beautiful. And other places are equally as beautiful, but they're different. And that's something that human being will not ever be able to change, fortunately. Oh, you're joking. Well, I was serious. I mean, with my army, no thank you. John, again, thank you, but no thank you. Morning Light, yes, it is a region. It's run by local tribesmen. I mean, they have tiny areas of influences, like villages, you know, areas, and then whoever is the chief of that village, he makes decisions. Your life belongs to him. If they kill you, they're not gonna answer to anyone. They just, oh well, you know, he's a foreigner, he's a non-believer. Again, thank you guys for the compliments to my wife. Whew. Is there anything else that you want me to talk about or answer? Please let me know in the comments, in the caps. I see not too many people, but still 24 people, that's pretty good enough. I'm very comfortable right now. I'm sitting down. I have a power bank my phone is connected to, so it's not gonna die on me. I still have some gigabytes of traffic left. Right now a fantastic time because it's sea breeze blowing into my back and it's so nice. Probably if you guys up for it, I can take you back to the territory of the hotel and the beach, see how it looks like. Well, the beach is dark, and today we don't have any moon, so it's really dark. But the hotel's territory is really lit up very nicely, and there's fantastic sights there. Like all the palm trees are lit up, very nice. It was a long day yesterday. I woke up, I slept for 1 hour 10 minutes because I had to do some business. I had to finish my work actually before leaving for Turkey. So I went to bed at 2 in the morning, woke up at 3:10 exactly, drove to the airport. Then we flew out. We were flying for a couple hours. Of course, I was sleeping the entire flight. Then we got to Turkey, we had to check in with the Turkish government, do passport control, everything. Then the transfer here, and immediately, of course, I didn't go to bed. Once I arrived to the hotel, I went straight to the sea, swimming, and we were swimming for like 5 hours. And I got home beat, absolutely beat. So it was a very hard day yesterday, but today was fine. I had plenty of sleep, recovered, feeling fantastic. CBCLI, do you recommend Americans going to that city, or is there a better one for us? What purpose? What is your purpose of coming to Turkey? Is it to get yourself acquainted with the country, to learn the basics, or to have summer vacation, sea vacation? If you're a Christian and it's the first time you're coming to Turkey and you have a few days, I would strongly recommend you start with Istanbul. Because Istanbul is quite something else. It's kind of same thing as Rome. Rome is eternal city, and Istanbul is also eternal city because the Roman Empire was split in two, the Eastern and the Western, and the Western Empire, well, the Eastern became the capital, Istanbul, and this is where Christianity as a mass religion was born. So it's a fantastically beautiful city, placed on the Black Sea and the Mediterranean Sea, where the two seas meet, and there's a strait, Bosphor, and it's a fantastic thing. There's a huge bridge over Bosphor. There's a huge bay, something like Golden Horn. Fantastic city, and so many Christian historic sites like Hagia Sophia, places like that. So if you come into Turkey for a little bit and this is your first time and you want to see the Turkey itself, start with Istanbul. Then, if you want a vacation on the sea, if you want to chill and fireworks, you can hear them but you can't see them, unfortunately. And you want to catch a few sights in between, then certainly can come to Antalya region. Not the city of Antalya itself, because this is nothing but a large city, where the locals live. But the place where I'm staying right now, Kemer, is a fantastic place to start visiting. A fantastic sea, pebble beach, clear, warm sea, and you still can go to different sites, day tours. For example, I don't know, it's just too many to mention. Both Christian sites and like Greek historical sites, Greek Christian. So it's either or. That's my advice. Either Istanbul or Antalya, the sea vacation, and like local sites.
Извините, а можно один?
Да, нет проблем. Mommy, thank you for the live stream. My pleasure. Tourism, yes. Vacation as a Christian. Well, start with Istanbul. Or, if you have 2 weeks, spend 1 week in Istanbul and then fly to Antalya, rent a car and just drive west of Antalya on this fantastic mountainous road. Small hotels everywhere in the sea. So good. This place is great. Okay, John, I met an Afghan policeman flying from Dubai with his wife, an Afghan wife, politician to Rostov. Why Rostov? Were they trying to ask for political asylum? Should have gone to the USA. Are there many Afghanis living in Rostov after the Russians left? Yeah, not too many. I saw quite a few actually in Moscow. but they're not Afghanis anymore. It's been 30 years, and they were living in packs after Russians, well, when Russians, before Russians were leaving Afghanistan, because they were called as collaborators and they would be killed on sight by the Taliban. So a lot of Afghanis left, and for good reason, and I don't blame them. It's good for them. And now they're Russian. They speak Russian with no accent whatsoever. They spent all their lives here in Moscow or in Russia. In Rostov, I saw a couple. So I have seen some, but they're not Afghanis anymore. I consider them fellow Russians, and not too many. Really surprising that you saw an official fly into Rostov. For what? Rostov is certainly no political center. Fireworks, okay, otherwise get down. No, let me tell you, Turkish are very short-fused. These guys are crazy. Like, to pick a fight here is no big deal. It's like, 3 seconds. You say something wrong, The problem is they don't have guns, but every Turk, every male, right, carries a knife, and they use knives with no hesitation. That's a real problem to watch out in Turkey. Be nice, be respectful, don't offend anyone, just don't act stupid. I mean, they're not crazy, but they don't like to be offended. We call them the southern people, very short-fused. So, no guns. I wouldn't even think of anything like someone shooting. It's just fireworks. Very unusual angle. Sunset. Liberal Americans would be running. Very sensitive. Very sensitive. Like, could you please explain? Didn't get it. Why would they be running? Because of fireworks, or because I was telling about the Afghanis? Quarter battery left, so I'm gonna switch back to the microphone. Here, a little better sound. Let me tell you something, guys. Something about the collaborators, so-called collaborators. Oh yeah, the fireworks. Look, Americans invaded Afghanistan back in 2001. After 9/11 happened, or 2002. They invaded Afghanistan and then they invaded Iraq. I was living in the USA at the time, and I was really offended by the way the Americans were treating that war. Because, I understand everyone was angry because of 9/11 happened. I was very angry. One of my friends worked in a building that went down right next door to 9/11 as a stockbroker. Fortunately, he was alive. Another like my closest friend used to work for Reuters in one of the close by buildings. At that day, he was late for work. He took a half day off, and he came out of the subway. He saw what was going on. He ran home. Okay. I went to the Twin Towers quite a few times, loved the observation deck on 107th floor, and I loved the restaurant there. And I was thinking of going to New York on that weekend, right after Labor Day of 2001. So it was a tragedy. I mean, but what happened, a lot of people got very angry, and the politicians tried to channel that anger into towards their own interests. So they invaded Afghanistan. The United States stepped on the same rake that Russians did, like 20 years prior. And the same exact situation happened with the Americans. They actually moved into the old Soviet Air Force bases. In Bagram, there was like a huge base built by the Soviets, but then it became American, all right? Americans became the ones that they had been fighting for years before. You know what I mean? The Taliban did the same thing to the Afghani who supported Soviets, to the Afghanis that supported the Americans. And I mean, there was nothing wrong with them. They worked as interpreters, like local laborers, and so forth. I mean, that's decent and respectable things. But Taliban treat everyone who even speaks to Americans, spoke to Russians as traitor and needs to be like beheaded. The United States, unfortunately, did not learn from the Russia's mistakes, and the whole thing is a shame for Russia, for Soviet Union, And I think it's the same thing for America. Americans didn't have they needed to be there. In Afghanistan as Afghanistan, it's a very sad situation. That's how I would sum it up. The Afghan policeman's son ran a business in Rostov. Wow, that's unusual. Do you know what business? Jody, thank you so much. You should have typed in earlier. I would have filmed more of that. Run the heroin trade. Yeah, that thing exploded, by the way, in Russia. So sad. So many addicts now here. It's insane. You know what, guys? Another thing that really offended me when I lived in the United States. First it was Afghanistan. Then Colin Powell did a speech in United Nations, and he said, listen, we found evidence that Saddam Hussein is building bombs, chemical bombs, nuclear bombs, And he presented evidence. He said, we found a secret shipment of parts, okay, and they looked like, pipes. And he said, based on that, we are creating an international coalition and, striking back because Iraq is a threat to the United States. And it smelled fishy. It was like, no, right from the start. And I started talking to my wife, but she was so pro-strike in Iraq. And she was telling me, you don't understand, Iraqi people, they're so oppressed. They need to be liberated, And I'm like, listen, Iraqi people, liberation is the business of Iraqi people. Somehow no one came to the United States and liberated the United States, but the United States had the Revolutionary War. And you just can't go into a country and try to force something upon people. Freedom, democracy, things like that. And then, you know what happened when I was telling it to her? She looked at me, said, you're not American, you don't understand these things. And I was talking to my mother-in-law, and they were looking at the same thing. She's like, you're not American, you don't understand. And I said, what? I don't understand these basic things? You think because I'm not American, so American understand and I don't? That was the only thing that really upset me. And then, guys, I had to shut up. Because I said a couple times that, America is invading Afghanistan, Iraq for oil big companies. And I was really yelled at a couple times, and then I felt like I was an immigrant. I felt like I had no say. All that freedom was like down the drain. And I saw a few Americans who were, had the same idea as I did, saying it's oil business and for oil only. And they were, well, not discriminated, but they were ridiculed. Like, you don't understand anything. So I kept my mouth shut. Well, it turned out that the Colin Powell and the whole thing was fake. There weren't any bombs found, no chemical weapons, nothing. And turns out that Iraq is so much worse right now. After it was liberated, and Iraqi people were brought freedom to them. How I know? I briefly dated Iraqi princess. Yeah, the girl, she was half Russian, half Ukrainian actually, half Iraqi. She was born to Ukrainian mother, and her father was an Iraqi prince. And she grew up in Iraq, but moved to. She spoke perfect Russian, She was culturally Russian, but half blood in Iraq, and she was born and raised and brought up in Iraq. And she was telling me how it was with Saddam and after Saddam. And she said that the Americans just came in and destroyed the country. The country had like religious free. They were Muslim, but they were run by the state. Religion and the state were divided between each other. And then when Americans came in and Saddam was toppled, the whole hell broke loose, and so many were killed, like millions of people were killed, and the Muslim extremists started ruling the country, and that was the end of Iraq, disaster. So, unfortunately, that's what happened. Anyway, we just ventured into pretty serious topics there. I was called like fan of America a couple times in the comments. I was told a traitor to Russia because I like America. I want to tell you guys that I am being honest. I have my opinions on everything, and I don't like some things in everywhere, in Russia and the United States. America is not far from perfect, all right? I love the country and I adore a lot of things that are in America, but not everything. Some things I actually don't like, okay? And I'm not really afraid to voice them. Same thing about Russia. So I'm just being honest. Some more comments. I'm still here. Proud mom, say hi to Maine from me. That's my favorite state. I consider it my home in America. Southern Maine. Sunset, not a very light conversation for vacation. You are absolutely right. Sunset, fake excuses for war. They had other reasons. Who fabricated the who liberated the American Indians? Well, I'm talking about liberation, the slaves, and the war between the South and the North. More, and American Indians is a completely different story. I mean, poor chaps. CBCL, Iraq was about producing the glut of oil to increase the price of gasoline. CBCL, I didn't quite understand what you said, but I think the whole thing was very simple. Okay, Saddam Hussein was a friend of the United States. I think you all know that Colin Powell used to befriend Saddam Hussein. There is video evidence that they were spending time together, vacating, shaking hands, making deals. So Iraq was one of America's best friends. And then something happened. I think that don't quote me on that. It's either Iraq stopped buying American weapons, or it didn't let American oil companies do concessions or something like that. And then all of a sudden, from a very close friend, Saddam Hussein became an enemy. Okay, and I think that shortly after there was first Iraqi war, okay, because of Saddam Hussein turned sides pretty much, right? Or he wanted more independence or something like that. And then the war was won by the Americans, but he wasn't finished, okay? And Bush Sr. started something, and then his son, well, not really his son didn't really do much, but his, the people who are pulling the strings, you know what I mean? His chief of staff and, you know, other wonderful fellows, they decided to finish Saddam. And they did that to have American oil companies come in and benefit, profit. That's pretty much, it's simple as that. Okay. Do you know that there's so much money disappeared in Iraq? $15 billion cash just disappeared. You probably didn't hear that in the media, or it was on CNN, but it was not like big, you know what I mean? Something happened to it. Do you know how much money American company Halliburton made in government contracts restoring Iraq? First, Americans came and bombed, and then Americans paid to Halliburton to rebuild everything: power stations, water plants, you know, oil rigs, and everything. Plain and simple. I mean, it's not a huge secret what happened in Iraq. And American taxpayers were just given fake information. It was needed to get their approval. People made money and they left the office. They said, well, everyone, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. You know, we made some money. Now, the next president. And Barack Obama started doing his thing. You think for yourself, this is the American spirit. Well, not only I think for myself, I also I'm not afraid to voice it. You know what I mean? I'm public about it. Let me tell you, the Russians don't like that. The Americans, some Americans don't like that. The YouTube doesn't like that. I'm being surrounded. We can all love a country and not love the gun. Yes, that's true. You know exactly what I was talking about, Sunset. CEO of Halliburton. There isn't even a great movie made about this guy. I mean, watch the American movie made by Americans, for Americans. I mean, watch it. This is like a fantastic movie that gives you like. Is this called Power? Let me see. I forgot. There will be a link down to Internet Movie Database in the comments for that movie. Is it called Dick? It's about Dick Cheney, you know. Anyway, I'm gonna give you a link. Guys, please, every one of you, I dare, watch this movie. It's amazing. By the way, do you know that one of oil tanks of Halliburton is named Condoleezza, after Condoleezza Rice? Check it, it's true. You know, it's fantastic. It's amazing how well they can hide this right in front of the American taxpayers' eyes, and no one really cares about this stuff. John Liebold, America is the masters of war from the beginning of the country, born out of the conflicts on the frontier with Mexico and with Britain. That's true, that's true. We're expecting another war, by the way, and everyone was thinking about this would be with Russia back in April and May, but it was just hype. There was nothing with Russia. We will not go to war in the United States. But since the Dems took the office, you know, everyone's expecting another war because it would solve so many problems of America. And it's very well known that every Democratic president, you know, goes into war. My Ukrainian father always told me, question everything. Sunset, My
Папа, пожалуйста,
Иди сюда.
дай нам $5.
На сейфе деньги лежат. У меня нет ничего с собой. Иди сюда, я тебе покажу. I have a friend, non-expected visitor. Че ты дергаешься? Просто скажи всем. Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Nice to see you.
Now,
Nice to see you. Nice to see you.
nice to hear.
Nice to see you all.
Nice to hear.
He is cute. At this early age, I'm trying to for him to become independent. I always have him run errands, like show him first time how to do thing, and then he does everything like himself. Well, at least that's what I'm trying. I think it's very important to bring up a kid that's independent. Are you tired? Не кривляйся, мы же тут, смотри, тут же как телевизор, все показывается, много людей смотрит. Okay. Every time we come to a vacation, nice to see you. John, it was good talking to you. Every time we come to vacation, our schedule changes. We wake up early and we go to bed early too. Like by 10 p.m. I usually beat because I move so much all the time. I swim, I run, I go up and down the stairs and water slides, play water polo. 10 p.m. is maximum I can stay up, and then I guess I'm becoming old. Me? I'm very old, or him. Yeah, I think they could be friends with you, son Max. He's 4, well, he'll be 5 in September. Co-host, yes. Masters of War, John Brown, another reality song. Nice to see you. Ой. Что?
Когда будешь
Выкладывать? Мы сейчас прямо показывается, я не буду выкладывать. Он же выкладывается автоматически. Они все нас смотрят прямо сейчас. Это называется прямая трансляция.
прямая трансляция?
Да. By the way, Michael speaking English. He speaks very little in English, and I've done that deliberately because when he was born, I started speaking English to him. Until he became age 1.9 years old, all words he could hear from me were English, English only. He started understanding English. He started understanding English, and then he reacted to my words. But there was a problem. He wouldn't speak to me. Like he would speak to my mom, his mom, my wife. He would speak to the girls, everyone, but not me. He would ignore me. Now, I was talking to a psychologist, a child psychologist, a friend of us. And she said, listen, he thinks that you are alienating him because you speak in English to him. And he hears that everyone else you're speaking Russian too. And it's just him English. He thinks he's, you're trying to avoid him, or he thinks he's special but not in a nice, kind way. That's why he's not talking to you much, ignores you, and it really hurt my feelings, was hurting my feelings a lot. So I started speaking Russian to him. Bingo, he just started picking up like that. So I decided to give it a break, a few years, and I think 5 years old is a good age for him to start speaking English with me again. Now we're very close. We have like this father and son bond, and now it's good time to go back to Angliski. But he will be bilingual. You will certainly be bilingual. Good night. Enjoy my vacation. Sunset. Thank you so much, guys. It's been fun. It's been very unusual. Well, at least for me, very unusual stream. I had to go an extra mile to, get the SIM card with internet in Turkey, and I've enjoyed it quite a bit. Staying dinner free today, but I'll be fine. Yes, he does, but it was morning light. It was a little different. It was not just me, my wife. We could clearly see different attitude towards her, and towards everyone else, and towards me. You see, but listen. Yes, thank you, Susan. It was a wonderful stream, but it's gonna be all right. I mean, no big deal. He will pick up English and he will be bilingual. There's not one question in my mind about that. Наташа идет. А что ты купила? Ага. А это за деньги там, да?
Что, бильярдную шарик ты купила, да?
I'm gonna take you for the last final accord. Hang on. We're gonna be doing something. Michael has been begging Natasha all evening long. He wants to play pool. Yes, this is how we're going to end a live stream, by playing pool. I've been here before at the business center.
Надо взять треугольник. Вот смотри. Треугольник, сюда в него.
Very unusual ending of the stream. Hang on. Morning light, thank you. It's a pleasure. I hope to see you next Saturday. We'll be in Russia, in Rostov, and I will try to come up with something new and interesting. I think it's my duty to teach my son how to play pool. Смотри. Оп.
Дай сейчас попробуй.
I hope you can see that. Стоп, дай руку. Давай сильнее. He's playing pool for the first time in his life. Давай. Второй раз мимо. Подожди, сейчас.
Давай попробуем рукой.
Давай.
Удобнее рукой.
Давай, ты будешь рукой, я буду кием играть.
Ну, о, может, это...
I'm not a huge fan of billiard, by the way. Тыщ.
Давай сейчас.
Давай.
Ты уже умеешь играть в бильярд.
Закатывай. Давай.
Громовой.
Есть.
Сразу два забил. Пап, моя очередь.
Если я забил, значит моя очередь. If I strike the ball and I hit, nice.
Ага.
Отойди. Ай, мимо.
Пап, ты не хочешь больше играть?
Сейчас я закончу тут стримить.
Да.
So what do you guys think?
Вообще. Ты на камеру снимаешь.
Anna Mishka, could you do a video about the education system in Russia? Yes, I could. I could. Could you please put a comment asking for me to do that? CBCLI, thank you so much. Firefly Farm, yes, still on, but I'm just about to get offline. Good night, Natasha and Michael. Let me show you Natasha a little bit. Would you like to say anything?
What do you want me to say?
Natasha is looking fantastic. You know how many people told me on the stream that you look absolutely wonderful and beautiful?
Thank you very much for everybody. It's a pleasure to me to support my husband.
Oh, she's so cute. I mean, am I so lucky? Such a beautiful wife, and she's lucky to support her. Did you understand what you just saw? That's fantastic. She was happy to support her husband. I'm gonna cry now. You know?
After that, you should
Ну что? Мам, иди поиграй.
organize a day for us only together without this lovely kid. Please.
Yes, I will. Ah. Oh, that was fun. Okay. Guys, I'm gonna wrap it up. Thank you so much for being with me. It's been a fantastic stream. I've had lots of fun.
Пап, давай сыграем.
The usual suspects, what can I say? Thank you guys, thank you. I had to go watch Pinball's video. I'm gonna watch Pinball's video next. Thank you so much all, and I will see you next Saturday. Please keep on tuning in, and I hope to see you many times after that. Bye bye.